In the last 7 years, I've gone from making $0 a month to an entrepreneur who's made more than $25 million online. And in the last 3 years, I've documented every single lesson that I've learned along the way. And this video contains my best and most effective videos that will help you become a millionaire. I have no low ticket course to sell you. There's no webinar or 997 course or community that you can join for $50 a month. I'm just a dude who learned a lot of stuff about making a lot of money at a very young age, and I want to share it with you in this video. And so as you'll see by this video, this is not a normal video. This is a long video, and it's going to take you a long time to go through it. But if you go through this video, you will learn the most important lessons that I have to offer you as a result of getting here, and I'm giving it to you completely for free. These are my best videos that I've made. I've cherry-picked them with very specific intentions in mind, so I hope you enjoy them, and I will look forward to seeing you in the next clip. You're going to have heard from a lot of different people that you can get to 10K a month in 2 months, 3 months, you can do it in 6 months. The truth is that going from $0 to $10,000 a month is more about changing your character, your belief systems, your identity, and who you are to manifest this and make this happen, as opposed to changing your financial situation. And in order for you to do this and to become the person that can make 10 grand a month, which I'm going to walk you through exactly how to do shortly, you need to undergo a complete overhaul of yourself. And that can only really happen in a slightly longer time horizon than people that sell 997 courses promise you, okay? So as with my How to Become a Millionaire video, I'm going to set an expectation for you, right? And that is that to get to the point where you're consistently, reliably, predictably making 10 grand a month is probably going to take anywhere between 12 to 36 months. Okay, it's going to take a year or 2 or 3, all right? And you need to realize this. I want your expectations to be set properly. This is the time frame that you can expect. It's as you traverse this barrier of time, the likelihood of you making the 10 grand a month increases. So I don't want you to think to yourself, oh, but I've been doing this for a year and I'm not making 10 grand a month. It's more likely to take, a couple of years than it is just to take 1. It's possible in 1, but it depends on where you start and who you are when you start. And all of that's going to become super clear in this video. And I'm going to give you I don't know how, this might be quite a long video in case you can't tell, but I'm going to break this thing down for you in the exact same way that I did when I was 18, 19. Because like when I was 18 years old, I dropped out of university. I was quite angry at the world. I didn't have a girlfriend. I was just kind of useless. I didn't feel particularly useful to anything or anyone. I kind of was angry at myself, and I just wasn't happy. I was just miserable. I didn't have any financial freedom. I didn't have any freedom of movement, and all of that was because of money. I just didn't have the financial resources or capital abundance to live the life that I wanted to live so that I could be happy and take responsibility for myself and for other people. So when I figured out how to make 10 grand a month, all of that went away and my life changed forever, okay? And now I make, north of anywhere between $600 to $800,000 to $1 million per month sometimes. And so I've sort of sussed it out. So let's begin with some first principles here, okay? Any of you, if you've watched any of my whiteboard videos before, you'll know we reason from first principles. We critically think and we do not get attached to shiny objects. So I'm going to list a few things out here on the board, right? SMMA, drop shipping, right? Amazon FBA, crypto, there's some more real estate. What else do we have here? Well, there's actually like a ChatGPT store coming out now, so that'll be a shiny object. Automation agency, there's the list goes on. There's dozens and dozens of potential businesses. So what I'm going to do now is tell you what it's all about. It's not about SMMA. We put here coaching, there's all sorts of models. It's not about drop shipping. It's not about Amazon FBA. It's not about crypto. It's not about real estate. It's not about ChatGPT. It's not about automation agency. It's not about coaching. It's not about any of these things. All of these business models are what we call a vehicle. Okay? Make a note of this. So there are 2 things that you need to have to get to 10,000 a month. And it really is as simple as just these 2 things. All right? It's not about starting an agency. It's not about deciding to do drop shipping. It's not about, you know, doing like a faceless YouTube channel. It's all about vehicle and driver. You would have not heard this before because, well, quite frankly, I came up with this and no one else teaches it this way. By the way, I'm not going to try and sell you like a 997 course on how to make 10 grand a month. Like, you know, this is just free information. We have a high ticket program for a very specific type of person. And like, I don't want you to think that there's some sort of webinar coming. Like, this is just truly from like a good place. Like, I actually just want to help you, right? So, vehicle and driver. So, okay. So now we've covered that, let's get into this. So, in order for you to get to your goal of 10K a month, the list of ingredients you need, so to speak, are two things. You need to have a vehicle and a driver. What do these things mean? Well, I want you to visualize this for a second and imagine that this is a road, right? And at the start of the road is $0 per month, or wherever you are right now, a couple of grand a month, maybe you've got a job making $1,000 a month, but you understand your current financial situation. This resembles where you are, right? And then at the end of the road, you know, we have 10K per month. And what we need to do to go from where we are right now to where we want to be is essentially, you know, drive along this road and bridge this gap, right? And in order to do that, what we need is we need a vehicle, right? So we need a car. This basically is a car. Let's just pretend it's like a Tesla Cybertruck or something. But we need a car and we need someone to drive this car, right? Now, what this means is the car or the vehicle, this represents the business. More importantly, the business model that you pick, and the driver represents you. So I'm here to tell you, and you're not going to like this, I'm here to tell you that 80 to 90% of your ability to do this is about you, okay? So it is very seldom the business model that is the reason why you're not making 10,000 a month. Very, very rarely does this actually happen, and I'm going to explain why. So let me explain this. So if you have, let's list out a couple of business models. SMMA, drop shipping, you know, automation agency, you know, YouTube, like / Instagram / socials, you know, like repurposing content or whatever. You know, there's all, you know, community, you can sell like a low ticket community. Maybe you're doing video editing, you know, agency. You know, the list goes on, real estate, Airbnb, right? Here's the truth. So you might have tried some different models before. The chances are, if you're watching this video, you've tried a few different things. For example, when I started, I tried dropshipping way before I tried my agency, right? But the truth is that all of these work. Because if you think this through critically for a second with me here, if you look at all of these different business models, all of them, you're going to find hundreds, if not thousands, if not tens of thousands of people that are already making $10,000 a month. So what you need to understand is basically any business vehicle that you select, whether it is starting a cleaning company, whether you're selling pasta on the street, right? The chances are there's already someone in there, inside of that business, inside of that model, inside of that car, that is making 10 grand a month. And so what this means is that if one of these doesn't work out for you, it has absolutely nothing to do with the vehicle. It has everything to do with you. Understand this. Businesses do not fail. People do. A business is an extension of a person. And if that person doesn't have the capabilities, requirements, heuristics, characteristics, you know, insert synonym here, to make what they want to make, they won't make it. And so the example that I want to give you here is, let's say that this represents like a race car, you know. I don't know how the hell I'm going to draw this, but let's just say, like, you know, here's a race car, you know, it's like a massive exhaust here, you know, and it's like a, you know, it's got go fast stripes. Let's say that this doesn't look like an F1 car, but let's say this is an F1 car. This is a vehicle that is going to go fast and is going to, you know, enable you to get to the point where you're making like 10 grand a month, whatever. Now, if I gave you a F1 car to drive, right, which was capable of getting you from A to Z very, very, very quickly, right? That's the point I'm making here. If I gave it to you in your current state right now, with your current skills, your current characteristics, etc., and you try to sit in here and, you know, drive this thing, why you'd be sitting like that, I don't know, you know, with the pedals down here, you would crash it because you don't have the skills or anything to know how to drive this car. You have no business sitting in a, you know, 1,300 horsepower, £5 million F1 car, right? I wouldn't know how to do it, so nobody, like, I'm not saying that I'm the ultimate driver, but my point is that this is a business model, like the car's not the problem. So time and time again, and you've probably done this before, what people do is they try a car, like a business model, they start drop shipping or they start an agency or they start anything, you know, and about a couple of months in, it's usually a couple of months, their confidence turns to doubt and then they don't make it, they don't do what they want to do, and then they blame the business, right? So this is the single first most important thing that you need to have to get to 10K a month, and that is the ability to take responsibility. Responsibility is the best ability in business, okay? And if you're not willing to sacrifice your ego and admit that you are the problem as to why your past businesses have not worked, you will never succeed. So if you've tried to start anything in the past and it hasn't worked, it's not because of the business model, it's not because of the niche, it's not because of the clients, it's not because of the market, it's all because of you. And if that wasn't true, then there wouldn't be people inside of that business, inside of that niche, making the money that you want to make. And so think it through for a second here, right? And I'm going to drill this point and then we'll move on. So, you know, let's just say it's drop shipping, right? You know, and, you know, you try drop shipping and you do it for, you know, 3 months and you get to here and you make like a lousy £50 sale and then, you know, you just quit. And then you say, oh, drop shipping just doesn't work. No, you don't work. It's a big difference, very big difference. Because if drop shipping didn't work, then there wouldn't be thousands of people that are making 10 to 100 grand a month, which is what you want to make. So my point here is it's never, ever, ever about the business. You probably clicked on this video to figure out, like, you know, what business model is Charlie going to tell me to use? Like, you know, like this guy, like, what's he going to pick? Like, what's the strategy? What's the shiny object? You clicked on this to get hold of a model or like something that you can, like a car, right? Like a vehicle. But I'm here to tell you that it's not about that. It's all about you. And so we're going to spend a lot of time talking about you, and I'm going to write some things over here. What else do we have over here? Well, really, that's it. Okay. So let's talk about the vehicle to begin with, because it's all good and well me sitting here and now telling you the secret is about you and, you know, the way you operate, but I actually do want to explain some fundamentals of a good business vehicle so that when you do go to pick one, you actually do pick one that works, right? So we're going to take 2 angles with this video on how to make 10K a month. The first one's going to be the vehicle and what you need to do to create money, essentially. And the second one's going to be all about you and how you can become the driver that can actually drive the car to get you to 10K a month. Because, like, if I put you in a vehicle that allows you to get the 10K a month, but I don't teach you how to drive it, then you're not going to get to where you want to go. So this is my point. It's not about the car, it's not about the vehicle, it's about your ability to drive it. Because every business vehicle that has been proven to work by another person before will get you to your goal if you know how to find, you know, if you know how to downshift and, you know, take the corners and, you know, indicate properly and put the lights on, if you don't know how to do that, you're not going to succeed, right? So let's get into this. So, the vehicle. Now, business 101. No one would have taught you this before because I don't know why. People don't focus on stuff. If you want to look at this, like, what we're trying to do here is we're trying to make money, right? So we are trying to make big fat stacks of cash consistently, as much as we can, repeatedly, right? So we need to understand that money works as an exchange, right? If you want to make money and receive money, you have to give something. Every action has an opposite and equal reaction, you know? That's kind of like the main law of the universe, right? Newton said it. So if we want to make money, we have to give something. If we want to receive money, we have to give something. So what we can do here is we can understand that money works in a flow. And it's a very simple flow. If this is money here, right? And we want this money to flow to us, right? Now this money here is coming from, this black box here represents the market, okay? And the market is basically a load of people in the niche, or inside of the market of the business that you're operating. So these could be clients, these could be customers, these could be subscriptions, retainers, people that basically have the money in your market, right? And so this is all the money. And if we want the money to flow to you, then what needs to happen here is you need to basically give something to these people. Because unless you're willing to go and steal from these people, which is not a good long-term strategy, you need to fix this equation. So this is the flow of money to you from the market, and then this is the flow of you to the market. But what is this, right? This blue, this blue line here, what does this actually represent? What are we giving to these people to get them to pay us? Now, you might say, oh, well, if I'm selling agency services, then I'm giving them marketing. Or if I'm doing Amazon FBA, then I'm selling them garden rakes. Or if I'm doing OnlyFans management agency, then these are the models, and I'm selling them more customers, more degenerative men to go and spend money, whatever, right? You get the point. But here's the thing. This blue line at first principle represents value. Now, this is the moment where you roll your eyes and you say, well, okay, but what the hell does that mean? Like, it's time and time again you hear these financial gurus say, if you want to make money, just add value. Like, well, of course. But then they don't really tell you what value is. And the truth is that they don't know what value is because they've never created value, and they make their money by just ranting about, making money online, and then people paying them for their courses so that they can just tell them to add value, and they're not really adding any value at all. It's all just a facade, right? So how do we actually create and add this? Well, it's very simple. And it boils down to a wonderful quote that yours truly, came up with. Value is created when pain is alleviated. I spent a long time thinking about this because I've intuitively understood the nature of value, and it's taken me, I realized this about a year ago, it's taken me like 7 years to clock this one and figure this out. Like, what am I actually giving people here? What you're doing is you are alleviating pain. And so what this means is your ability to make $10,000 a month is all about your ability and how well you alleviate someone's pain. And how we do that is we do it through a problem. So let me explain this. So earlier how we had all this money here. We have all this money, stacks of it, but the money is locked away inside of the market, right? And inside of the market are all these people, like this. And there's tens of thousands of them. Like, I work in the agency niche or the consulting niche. I've got like 200,000 potential customers, right? Bigger the better. So what you have to understand is that the market holds the money and it's kind of locked away. And what we're trying to do is basically penetrate the market. So what you see here, penetrate, 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 penetrate. What we're trying to do is we're trying to open this up so that money can essentially leak out of it into our pockets, right? So the money's going to leak out of this hole, or this hole, or this hole, or this hole, And we want to try our best to go into this thing like we're drilling for oil and just leak it out. But how do we penetrate the wall of the market, so to speak? Because these walls, the market is very difficult to penetrate. This is reinforced. There's guard dogs, they've got a moat. Like, it's very, very difficult, to get into this thing. There's barbed wire, and it's not an easy thing to do. The way that we create a hole in the market so that, we can basically leak money into our pockets is we find a problem, right? So understand that markets work in what we call a fractal. And what a fractal essentially is in nature is it's what exists in the micro also will exist in the macro. And so it's basically a pattern. And what this means is the life of this person will very closely resemble the life of this person, and this person, and this person, and this person. And so what this means is, from a standpoint, the market, all the people in the market are very similar. They have very similar problems, they have very similar experiences, and they want very similar things. It's the same reason as to why, you know, if my brother right now is 17 years old, right? And he's, he wants to build a business and his goal is to make 10K a month, right? And so, you know, what I can do with that is I can then assume that other 17-year-olds that want to build a business and make money probably want to make $10,000 a month, right? And because of that, I can then start to penetrate the market and create video titles but you know, I don't sell courses on how to get to 10K a month. You get the point, right? You understand that as in the micro, so in the macro, right? And so what we're trying to do here is we're trying to establish a problem that all of these people have. And by solving this problem, we create value, because remember, value is created when pain is alleviated. And so if you want to make money like this, you know, and you want this money to go from, you know, someone in the market, and you want that money to go over here to you, well, the market is only going to reciprocate based on pain alleviation. So then that begs the question of, well, how do I alleviate the pain? I'm not referring to like physical pain, unless you're a massage therapist or, you know, a pain doctor or something. I'm referring to psychological pain that comes as a result of having a problem. So, for example, I'm doing this right now, right? Although I'm not getting paid for it, but with this video, you have a problem in your life where you're simply not making enough money and you're upset about it, and so you're watching this video to try and fix that problem. And what I'm doing is explaining how to fix the problem, and through doing that, I'm helping you solve the problem, and therefore I'm alleviating pain. And you're not necessarily giving me money to do this, but you're giving me your attention, right? You know, represented by this eye here, right? And so you're exchanging your attention for value. And the value is the fact that I'm helping you solve a problem and alleviate the pain. And so this is the first thing to understand if you want to make 10,000 a month, is your ability to solve a painful problem for someone. Well, your ability to make 10 grand a month hinges on your ability to solve that problem. And not only solve it, but solve it as fast as you can, as well as you can, better than anybody else, as reliably and consistently and predictably as you can, okay? And so when we talk about, you know, having a vehicle, a business vehicle, you know, when we talk about having a car like this, you know, as so, you know, and we've got some windows in here, and then you're driving it. Like, when we talk about having a vehicle that can take you from where you are right now to where you want to go, a business vehicle is viable to use to get to where you want to go for as long as it adds value. And so if you want this vehicle to move along the road of broke to 10K a month, the petrol or the fuel that you're going to use to drive this thing forward and to move it towards the goal is value. And value is created when we remove pain from the market's life by solving a problem. And so if you look at any product that you've ever bought, maybe with a couple of exceptions, 99% of human purchasing decisions come from a place of I want to solve a problem. For example, let's say that you want to buy a sandwich. Well, why do you want to buy a sandwich? Because you're hungry. You are in a small amount of pain because you have the problem of not having any food, and so you buy a sandwich. Another example, you can see in my office here, I have these houseplants, right? When I moved into this office, it was kind of bare, and I used to live in the UK. Now I'm in Dubai. I miss trees and nature, and so I had a problem. I wasn't in real pain. It wasn't like I was up at night at 3 in the morning crying, but, well, no, I definitely wasn't doing that, right? But you get the point, right? It's like these plans alleviate that pain. That business has created value by alleviating the pain I had as a result of not having enough nature, right? Like another example I can show you is, let's just use the AirPods, right? So these are my headphones, AirPod Maxes, and they solve the problem of like noise cancelling. So I can buy any headphones on the market, but these ones cancel noise out, and that's really good for me because, you know, it solves the problem of being distracted and stuff. So I just invite you for a second here to just actually have a think about everything you've ever bought ever. And if you find out, if you really get to the bottom of it and you ask yourself why you bought it, It's literally just because you were in pain and you wanted to solve a problem. So that's basically, that's literally it. You know, the way that the market works is people have the current situation down here and their desired situation up here, and between their current situation and desired situation is a gap, and we make money when we essentially bridge the gap between current situation and desired situation. And making 10,000 a month is literally just as simple as doing that for enough people. It is not rocket science. I promise you, it's not difficult. It's not that it's not difficult because it requires a lot of you to, you know, a lot of pain, but it's hard, but it's very simple. You know, it's not that tricky to suss it out. It's simple to understand, hard to implement because you're going to get in your own way, and we'll get into that in a second. But this is really all it's about. It's current situation, it's where they are right now, it's desired situation. And the amount of money you make from the market or from the person will depend on the level of pain the problem actually has, if that makes sense. And so, you know, if you look at the biggest companies on the planet, right, you know, for example, look at Facebook, right? They solve the problem of human connection. That's a big one. If you look at Amazon, they solve the problem of literally being able to have anything you want ever to delivered to your doorstep tomorrow. If you look at Apple, they solve the problem of like being able to execute on tasks and find information within seconds. That's what the iPhone essentially is. And so the big companies that get paid the big bucks, they solve the biggest problems, right? You don't need to make billions of dollars and build $1 trillion corporation. You just need to make 10K a month, okay? So whether you're selling, like I said, you know, garden rakes through Amazon FBA, or marketing services to gyms, or coaching to men who haven't got much testosterone, you need to understand that what you're doing is you're solving a problem. You're taking them from where they are now to where they want to be. Okay, so that is really the first and most important thing. It's why all of those business vehicles work just fine, because the reason that the business model that you picked may not have worked in the past is usually because of you, but sometimes it's because of product, right? Market fit. So product market fit is a phenomenon used to describe essentially like what would you call it? Like, this is when like your product actually resonates with your market, right? When there's exchange resonance, essentially, where what you're selling is what someone actually wants, right? And really, it's not about product market fit. It's about solution problem fit, right? Because, you know, the market has a list of problems, and if you create a business or you create a company and what you're selling isn't really a solution to a problem, you're not going to make any money. And so maybe you had a dropshipping store before and you started trying to sell a product that, well, no one wants. Well, why does no one want that product? It's because there's no problem. People are very unwilling to give money to something unless they're in pain. Like, really, pain is the driving financial decision factor of every person in any market ever. And so if you want them to give you their hard-earned money so that you can make 10 grand a month, you need to actually, so I'm just trying to drill this in, you need to solve the problem. It's not about like agency or dropshipping or coaching or, you know, repurposing Andrew Tate clips or whatever. It's just, are you actually solving a problem? Because if you're not, people aren't going to be willing to pay you, right? So that's the first thing. So that's the vehicle. Okay? That's the thing, is you need to understand that if you want to make money, you have to add value. And if you want to add value, you have to remove pain. So we create pain through we create value through removing pain. We do that by solving a problem, and our business then becomes essentially a vehicle for someone to get in and drive from where they are to where they want to be. Okay? Simple as that. Now let's get into the heavier thing, which is the driver, right? So once we've established the vehicle, and I'm hoping you understand now that you can basically pick anything. Because if someone's made what you want to make in that thing, it's possible. You just have to figure out how to become them, essentially. So now let's figure out this driver thing. And the driver, well, this is basically you, right? So understand this. We don't achieve goals. So if you're trying to make $10,000 a month, that's a goal, right? As a human, you don't achieve a goal, you achieve an identity or a character. And as a result of achieving the identity or the character, you will become the person that can make the 10K a month, right? And so understand that, like, if the goal here is to make 10K a month, right? You never ever make, and this is a huge mistake that people make, never ever ever make the mistake of going after the goal. You can set the goal, and that's fine, but you need to invert it and ask yourself, well, what really achieves a goal? Because if you're trying to achieve something in life, you want to focus on the inputs of that thing. Because 10K a month is an output, this is an effect of a cause, right? And so what we want to do is we want to try and establish what causes this to happen so that we can focus on that, because that's within our control, because we can then start putting these causes into motion to cause the effect. So it's very dangerous. You want to set the goal, but it's very dangerous to fixate on that and keep it focused. What you want to do instead is focus on becoming the person that, as a result of you becoming that person, can make this happen easily. I'm going to explain how to do this. It's very, it's not that complicated. It's just like, people don't really get it, you know? If you want to achieve something, if you want to make a certain amount of money, don't try to make the money, try to become he who can or she who can. Because people achieve goals. Goals don't achieve themselves. And so if you want to do anything, just ask yourself, well, who do I need to be for that to happen? And then start becoming that person. And then once you're that person, you'll make it happen. Because if you were capable of making 10K a month, you would have already done it. So you are the problem, right? You are the reason you're not where you want to be. It's not because of anything. We talked earlier about responsibility, right? You are the issue. You know, the common denominator of all the problems in your life is you. And so if you don't want to experience those problems and you want to solve them, you have to identify the problem, which is you, and then you have to change. Because if you try and start a business now with who you currently are, it's just not going to work. And that might seem quite brutal, but it's the honest truth. You know, if you think right now that you have any chance of making 10K a month, you are sorely mistaken. Because who you are isn't capable of doing that. So what you need to do is you need to learn how to transcend yourself and become someone else. And I'm not saying that you need to change your name or, you know, undergo some weird religious routine. That's not the purpose here. But you need to realize and understand that it's about personal change. So I'm going to walk you through how to do this. And I'm going to walk you through, there's really 3 things that you can focus on and control that basically make you up. And it's going to get kind of heavy, so let's get into it. So if you ask yourself a very existential question for a second here, you know, let's just say that your neck's a little bit steadier than that. So let's ask ourselves this question. Who are you? Right? Now, your natural response to that question is, well, my name is Charlie Morgan and I live at this address and I am a man and this is my family and I have this going on and I have this religion and I eat this, and my passport says this, so this is who I am, right? You've got to realize, man, that all of that stuff is just arbitrary, right? If you actually ask yourself, who or what are you, the question isn't very clear, because you are not your name, right? Because a name is just an arbitrary, you know, it's a sound bite that gives you some sort of meaning, right? You're not your passport or your driving license. You're not an address. You're not a family. What are you? Well, that's a pretty existential question to answer. But really, you are a few things, right? Now, I've read an awful lot of Jung and Jungian psychology in my life. And if I'm not careful, I'm going to take you down a rabbit hole that is 7 hours long. So I'm going to try and keep this simple. There is an answer to this question of what are you and who are you, but it goes super deep and it's a terrifying place to go. So we're not going to go there today. We're just going to focus on some easier things to digest so that you can actually get some actionable steps after this video, so you can start, you know, making progress to become the person that can achieve the goal you want to achieve, right? So really, what you are at first principle is you are a collection of different things, because also you're not your body, you know, if you ask yourself, like, if you think that's the answer, like, you're not your body. Your body is just like a physical structure designed to house your organs. You're not your brain. You're not your thoughts. You're not really anything, right? And that's good news, because that means that you can change. So you are a collection of beliefs. You are a collection of skills, and you are a collection of characteristics. Now, the truth, and I'll give you the Jungian Psychology 101 really quickly. The way that Jung had answered this question, Jung's, by the way, if you're not familiar with Carl Jung, he's like the founder of modern psychology, and his work is absolutely petrifying. So I wouldn't suggest reading it unless you want to be a bit scared. But Jung basically believes that, like, the psyche or the identity works like this, and it kind of, you can pie chart it out. This is a very very reductive view of the psychology. But Jung basically believes that you are like a collection of parts. So this could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Obviously you're not just 10 parts, but Jung basically believed that the psyche or the individual is nothing but a collection of different identities. And what that essentially means is, like, have you ever had this before, where you feel like you've got two sides to yourself, where, like, if you're trying to make progress in business, one side is like super confident, trying to build things, trying to do well, and then a couple of weeks later, another side of you comes knocking it all down. Or maybe you've tried to eat healthy before, and you're on it for like a couple of weeks, and then part of you is like, no, I don't want to do that. Or maybe, you know, maybe one day you decide that you want to make friends and start being social and being extroverted, and you start making friends, and then like a couple of months later you decide you don't really want those friends anymore, and you want to sort of, you know, just work on yourself and not be extroverted. Like, have you ever had this? I'm sure you've had this before. I'm sure there's loads of instances in your life where it seems like you want two different things at the same time, and you can't get clear or make decisions on how to orient yourself in the world because it seems like you've got conflicting identities, right? And this is basically what Jung believed, is that you've got a ton of different parts, and what these parts do is they basically represent, motive. Now, motive is like not really the right word to use here, but they represent different wants, right? Is actually a way better word to use here. They represent different wants. Essentially, your physical body and your conscious mind is nothing but a slave to the unconscious to get what the unconscious wants, right? And so one day the unconscious might want one thing, and then the other day it might want another. And you have these different parts of you, and what these parts do is they communicate to you through emotions, right? Because when you've got a very deep psychological piece of your identity that's sort of representing a specific want or advocating for a specific need, the only way it can really communicate and try to implore you to fulfill that need or want is through some sort of deep emotion. And so this, like I said, this is a whole deep thing. So I'm trying to answer the question, because I asked you a very existential question here of what you actually are. This is sort of the answer. It goes levels deeper than you could ever possibly imagine. So yeah, if you want me to make a video on this, you can comment, but I warn you, I don't know if I want to make it, because it's not very, it's kind of a bit dark, and it gets a bit heavy. But anyway, let's stay on track here about how to make 10K a month. You know, deep unconscious parts of you aside that want different things, there's really three things that you can effectively control, because the diagram that I just drew, to understand and work on that, which is something essentially called shadow work, that takes years and years of work to sort of realign your wants and integrate parts of you that you didn't know existed. But I can tell you right now that in your mind, right, in your deep unconscious mind, there is a segment of your identity, and there is a part of you advocating for 10K a month. And the truth is that you don't really want 10K a month, you want something that it represents. So for you, it's probably coming from an emotional place, right? For me, I wanted to make 10K a month at the beginning of my entrepreneurial journey, because I didn't want to essentially extinguish control to a third-party potential tyrant because I was bullied in school. So I didn't want to have a boss or give anyone control over me ever because I'd experienced that in a tyrannical, malevolent form before, and that really had a bad impact on me. And so what happened when I was a kid is a part of me formed that no longer wanted to, release control to an authority or to someone that had control over me. And so my entire motivation, and this is what happens when you study this, by the way, as you start to realize why you do what you do, my entire motivation or drive to make money in the initial stages was essentially to not to be bullied again, right? And so you want to make 10 grand a month. You might not know why, you just know that you really want to. It could be because you finally want your father to be proud of you. It could be because a girl broke your heart when you were 13 years old and you want to get her back and you still love her. It could be because you want freedom because you grew up poor and you saw your parents scrounging and you're terrified that's going to be you. Or it could be because your parents got divorced because they didn't have enough money. There's so many reasons, psychological reasons it could be. And so all I'm telling you right now is that if you want to make 10 grand a month, you're different, you're weird, and that's okay. But I'm telling you that you have got a different set, a very unique and weird set of psychological conditions driving you to do this. There's a reason why you've sat through this video for 40 minutes, near enough, with some dude talking with a whiteboard, and there's a reason why you've tolerated that and given that your attention span. Is because a deep part of you is driven towards doing it, okay? And managing that and understanding that is going to take you years. So anyway, let's actually get back to the stuff you can control. And that really is your beliefs, your skills, and your characteristics. So when we talk about being the driver, and becoming the person that can make 10 grand a month, it's about fixing 3 things inside of your identity or in terms of your psyche or who you are, right? So let me just repeat this point again. So if you have your goal of making 10K per month, you have to understand that in order to achieve this goal, you have to become the person that can. And so instead of focusing on trying to make 10 grand a month, you just need to try and focus on becoming the person that can make that money, because by becoming that person, you will make the money. So if I want to become a billionaire, I have to become the person that can make $1 billion, right? If I want to learn Russian, I have to become the person that is capable of learning Russian, right? And the chances are right now is there is a misalignment between who you are and who you need to be, and you haven't given it enough time for that to elapse. So let me actually walk you through now how to become he who can, or she who can, or they who can. I don't give a shit, right? So there are 3 things that you can fix, and I'm going to walk you through all of them, and hopefully I'm going to blow your mind. So we have beliefs, we have skills, and we have characteristics. So we'll start with skills because it's the easiest one to understand. The belief thing will completely blow your mind. I'm gonna hope that it makes sense because it's a pretty deep thing. And then we'll do characteristics. So skills. Okay. So if you think about this for a second, what is a skill? Right? You might be able to understand intuitively what a skill is, a skill like playing the drums, or learning knowing how to sell or something like that. But essentially a skill is just being good at something, right? When you're good at something, you are skilled at that thing, right? And so one of the first things that you have to do with yourself, if you want to make 10K a month, is you need to ask yourself the question of, what skills do you need to develop in order to make that happen? Because I can tell you, for example, that if your vehicle, if the business vehicle you're picking, what that will do is it will make demands of you, right? And so, when you pick the car that you want to drive to get 10K a month, this vehicle is essentially going to set the conditions for success. And so if you want to learn to drive this vehicle, you have to become a certain type of person. So this could be the drop shipping, vehicle, right? And over here, down here, I don't know if you can see this, you can. Over here, this could be, the consulting vehicle, right? And so this will set a certain set of conditions that might look like this. And this will set a completely different set of conditions that look like this. And so what you're trying to do is you're trying to learn how to drive this thing. But you have to understand that the skills required to do dropshipping successfully and the skills required to do consulting successfully are very, very different things. Now, of course, there will be overlaps. But for example, let's say that this is an agency, that the agency vehicle, and you want to start, a marketing agency or, something like that. Or let's say this is the closing vehicle, you want to be like a high-ticket closer. One of the skills required for you to become successful and to be able to drive this car to the finish line of 10K a month is knowing how to sell, right? Now, you might then tell yourself, well, I don't know how to sell and I'm not a good salesperson. But this is where we have to gauge this identity problem, right? Where who you are right now is not capable of achieving what you want to achieve. And so if right now you want to make 10K a month and you've picked a vehicle that requires you to sell and you don't know how to sell, well, that's fine because you just have to learn how to sell. Because, you can learn how to sell. It's kind of like saying that you can't be successful in a business because you don't know how to sell would be like saying that, you can't be successful in life as a baby because you don't know how to eat. You can learn basically anything. You learn the motor skills required to use a knife and fork when you were like, 3 or 4 years old, right? Because, if you came out of the womb and you were like, well, I'm going to die, aren't I? Because I don't know how to eat. Well, you learn how to eat. It's the same thing where, maybe you're like 4 years old, you're just learning how to speak. And, you say to yourself, I'm never going to be able to have any friends because I don't know how to speak English. Well, any insert language here. You learn, you develop the skill, right? And believe it or not, you have a incredible latent ability to acquire skills and learn things and pick them up. And it's not just because you don't know how to do it right now, or just because you don't identify with it, or it doesn't, it doesn't resemble you. It doesn't mean that you're not going to be able to learn. Look at your life and, another example is maybe when you're 15 years old and, you want to have a girlfriend and, well, that requires some certain skills. You need to know how to be funny and interesting and charming, and you need to know how to take care of someone and have empathy. And, if you want that and you're like, well, I don't know how to do that, well, you learn, you pick it up. If you want it bad enough, you'll learn the skill, right? Because what's more painful, being broke or changing your identity? Well, probably being broke. Right, because it does require pain to change and become and learn and grow and develop, and it's uncomfortable to do that because it's outside of your comfort zone. But I can tell you now that it's far more painful to stay where you are than to, not develop. So what you need to do is you need to ask yourself right now, with the business model that you have selected, and remember, you can select any one because they all work, you need to ask yourself, what skills do I need to have to make this happen? So let's say you wanted to start a bricklaying business to get 10K a month. Well, you need to have the skill of bricklaying, right? You need to have the skill of time management. You need to know how to drive a van, right? You need to basically make a list of every single skill that you could perceive yourself needing to have. And then it will become very clear what you're missing, right? So I can give you an example here of let's just take an agency, right? A marketing agency. Because this is, what I've known. So you need to know how to sell, right? You need to know how to set appointments. You need to know how to set appointments. These are all skills. You need to know how to media buy, buy media. You might need to know how to do some graphic design. You need to know how to, analyze data. There's a ton, there's going to be an infinite, there's going to be maybe 20 skills, but you get the point, right? So if you're looking at, well, I want to start an agency and get to 10K a month. If you don't know how to sell, maybe you know how to do media buying, but if you don't know graphic design, I'm not saying, by the way, that you need to know graphic design because I don't, and I had an agency doing 100 grand a month when I was 20, right? But the point here is if you're trying to do a graphic design agency, then you're going to have to do that, right? But if you don't know how to analyze data, then you just learn. You figure out what you need, what skills you need to develop, and you start developing them. You read books around them, you talk to people who have those skills, and you learn, and you try, and you fail, and then it's painful. And so earlier on, when I said that, some people are going to be able to do it in 12 months, and for some people it's going to take 36 months. Well, the reason it's going to vary from person to person is because in order for you to make, let's say that this person here, with the crown on, right, this represents a 10K per month person. This person is worth 10 grand a month. To the market, they have the skills, characteristics and belief systems required for them to achieve this, and so they are effectively worth that amount of money, right? And to the market at least. In order to make 10K a month, you need to become this type of person, right? Now, you are starting, right? You are here right now, and you want to do this. And the thing is this could be you here, right? And, you know, maybe you're pretty far away from becoming the person that can make 10 grand a month because you're starting, you know, and you have no experience or nothing at all, right? But then another person could try and start at the same time as you, but they are slightly further ahead on the path already because maybe they spent, you know, 7 months in a sales job one summer when they were 15 doing door-to-door sales. And so if one of the things, you know, required for you to make 10K a month is the skill of sales, you know, if you've got no previous sales experience, you can still develop the skill, you know, and become the person that can make the money by developing the skill to, you know, make 10 grand a month. But this person here, if they've already got some sales experience, they're going to beat you to it. They're going to make it faster than you. And so this is why in my first agency, I went from 0 to 10 grand a month in about 2 to 3 months. And people look at that when I was 19, right? 18, 19. And you might be looking at that and thinking, well, shit. You know, I've been doing this, or I'm like 23, and like I've not made this progress, and I've been doing this for 3 months, and I can't even make 1 grand a month. Well, newsflash, before I started my agency, right, when I was 18, by the time I was 18, I'd read near enough 200 books on business, right? And I'd been selling, I'd done a sales apprenticeship, 18, 19. I'd been doing a 12-month sales apprenticeship, where every day I made 300 cold calls and I took, you know, 3 to 4 sales calls a day. So it's no wonder I went from 0 to 10K a month so fast. It's because I already had a ton of knowledge on what to do, and I already had the skills required from my apprenticeship to do that. And I spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours studying entrepreneurs and reading and, you know, watching YouTube videos and podcasts and drilling things in and working on this stuff. Without knowing about it, I was laying the foundation. So I'm telling you now, maybe it's possible for you to get to 10K a month in the next month or 2. But it's very unlikely if you haven't been working on the foundations, right? So that's why there's such a varying time difference between, you know, people when it comes to making 10 grand a month. And it's also why you shouldn't bother comparing yourself to the speed at which other people achieve that, because you never want to look at someone's age. Like, there's a difference between like human age and entrepreneurial age. Because by the time that I started my first agency, my entrepreneurial age, which is the age from which I was actually already developing skills and reading and trying to, you know, build stuff, I was already like 2 years old, you know, in terms of my entrepreneurial age. So when I started my business, I already had 2 years of experience to hinge on. But if I hadn't done that and I started my business, I'm 0 years old. You know, I've got less experience, right? So let's go back to this skill thing. So what you want to do is you want to make a list of skills that you need to have in order to achieve this. And if you're confused and you're asking yourself, well, how do I know what skills I need? Well, you can just go and ask people. You know, go and listen to podcasts that, you know, there's loads of them, you're going to find a ton. Go and start listening to podcasts of people who are making what you want to make or way more, and just listen to how they talk. Listen to what they talk about is important. Listen to, you know, what is there and what skills are there. And then you're going to go on Google Docs or your paper, and you're going to start making a big list of everything that you need to get good at. And then if you get good at all of this stuff, then when you come to do it, you're going to be good at it and you're going to make money. It really is this simple, right? It's not rocket science. It's just, what do I need to be good at? That, okay, I'll go and learn it. How do you learn it? You read, you study people, you trial and error, you know. And, you know, for example, the one skill that I have right now is making YouTube videos, right? Albeit like my skill of drawing is pretty dire, but I can now sit down for like 2 hours at a time and talk about abstract concepts without making any like mistakes in terms of like the way that I'm talking. Like, there's no umming and ahhing, and I don't have to keep cutting the clip, and it's just one big recording with a couple of exceptions. And that's a skill. And so for me, my goal in life is to be a billionaire. And if you've noticed, most billionaires are very capable. That's so funny that I've started making mistakes now that I'm thinking about it. But most billionaires are capable of very, very eloquent and articulate communication. Right? And so I need to know how to do that. I need to know how to talk. I need to know how to persuade, especially if I'm going to build businesses that are front-facing, using a personal brand and leveraging attention. That's a skill required. And so I'm working on that by making these YouTube videos. I'm practicing that skill so that in 15 years' time, when I'm sat at a board meeting or I'm delivering a speech to a company of, my company of 10,000 people, I don't fall, I don't struggle, because I've developed the skill of public speaking and knowing how to communicate and articulate myself and my ideas in front of thousands of people without error, right? So that's just an example. You need to make a list of skills, and once you know the skills, well, that's it. What pays the bills? It's skills, right? It's as simple as that. So that's really the first thing. In your, psychological arsenal, we've really got a triangle here. And we've got skills. Actually, skills is not the most important one. We'll put the skills here. We've got skills, we've got characteristics, and we've got beliefs. Right, beliefs is the big one, and we'll get into that. I don't know if you can see that up there. Let's just do this. Okay. And you've got beliefs. So we've covered skills. It's very simple. Figure out what you need to be good at and get good at it. It's not rocket science, right? It's difficult to do, simple to understand. The next one is characteristics, okay? So a characteristic is basically like kind of, how would I explain what a characteristic is if I'm trying to just define it and make it nice and simple? Well, it's simple, it's a characteristic, right? It's basically something that you have that determines how you operate and manifest yourself into the world, right? So a characteristic is essentially part of your character, right? So you have a character, and the way that character dances around and moves around in the world is determined by the thing that underpins it. So one characteristic, for example, could be patience, right? Another characteristic could be extroversion, right? Another characteristic could be orderliness, right? Another characteristic could be humor. Another characteristic could be, I don't know, you're handsome or not, right? These are basically physical and psychological attributes that determine how things work for you, right? So what you want to do, once again, is exactly the same as skills, is you want to do an audit. Now, it's kind of like, what I said earlier, how the vehicle that you pick will set the precedent for who you need to be to successfully drive it. Well, I can tell you now that let's say that you have, if we actually use cars as an example here, if you want to drive a bus, right? And you're driving a huge 50-seater bus, and you want to drive an F1 car, well, you're probably going to have to drive those two things slightly differently. The bus driver is going to have to be slower, more paced, and calmer and blah, blah, blah. But the F1 driver is going to have to be sort of really fast reaction times and really quick and requires a different person essentially, right? So what you want to do, once again, is look at the vehicle that you picked, look at the business that you've picked, and ask yourself what characteristics someone who's making 10K a month would have, right? Now, I'm going to give you two, because really there's probably, no, there's three. Hang on. There's three. Yeah. Okay. So now I'm going to give you four. Okay. So in terms of the characteristics that people who make 10K a month have, that you need to develop, and you need to develop these as an absolute matter of priority, there's four, right? And these are personal attributes that you can develop and introduce into your life. Focus, discipline, malleability, and emotional management. So there's going to be a lot of characteristics that you need to develop to become the kind of person that can make 10K a month. You know, another one, for example, could be patience. It could be, you know, communication skills, etc., etc. But I'm going to leave that up to you to decide like who you want to be. And the cool thing about all of this, by the way, is it's actually entirely possible for you just to literally write down all the skills and characteristics and belief systems you need, and you can just become that person. Like, it's kind of cool. You can literally just like decide, okay, here's who I need to be, and then just start becoming it. And it's kind of like I'm exposing the wiring to you, because by becoming that person, like, think about it logically with me here. If you develop all the skills, all the characteristics, and all the belief systems of someone that can make 10K a month, then you're going to make 10K a month. I'm hoping the penny is dropping for you now. It's not about the goal, it's about you, right? It's about your skills, your characteristics, and your belief systems. And if you figure out, you know, what this 10K a month cocktail looks like with the vehicle that you've picked, and you learn all the skills, you develop the characteristics, and you fix your belief systems, and you actually do that, well, then your identity is shifted, and now you're going to be making 10 grand a month. It's kind of impossible. If you become the person that can make 10K a month consistently by having the right characteristics, developing the right skills, and in introducing the right belief systems into your life, and you do all of that stuff, it's impossible for you to not make 10 grand a month. It's just like a rule of nature. You know, the same way that like a famous athlete just keeps winning over and over again. Like, if you can do it, you will. It's as simple as that. So the first characteristic that you need to develop is focus. This is the ability to just work on one thing and channel your attention and energy and time into one specific thing that adds a lot of value for a long period of time. The second thing is discipline, which is being able to essentially like control your behavior and not allow yourself to, it's kind of like focus but in behavioral format. It's just like, how well can you just stick to one thing and just like, you know, actually discipline yourself. Like, if you say you're going to do something, do you actually do it, or do you end up like, you know, venturing off into like a fairyland, right? The third one, and this is a weird one, malleability. What the hell does that mean? Well, malleability is your ability to change. It's your ability to perform ecstasies, which is the word used to describe a snake shedding its skin, right? Where you just let go of who you are and you become someone else. So, you know, for example, there is going to come a time and point in the future where my business success and my goal no longer requires me to be a YouTuber and make YouTube videos. And when that day comes, I will just stop making YouTube videos. You need to be malleable at all times. And what this means is never marrying yourself to a specific identity or a specific form, so that, you know, when it comes time to change form, you can just shift. It's like the Bruce Lee quote, like, if water is in the cup, it becomes the cup. If it's in the river, it becomes the river. Be like water. You need to be able to change. And at a moment's notice, just shift your identity and shift your belief systems, your skills, your characteristics to become someone else. For example, you know, right now, one of the skills I need to learn is sales management for my company, right? And, you know, in order for me to do that, I have to become a sales manager. I have to become the kind of person that can do that. And so in the past, I haven't been a sales manager, but I'm not going to look at that and be like, oh, you know, well, I'm not a sales manager, so I'm not going to do that. That's just dumb. If you're not willing to sacrifice your identity for your goal, you're sacrificing your goal. So you have to ask yourself, what matters more to you? Your current psychological state in terms of your current identity, or the future that you so desperately desire? You have to sacrifice who you are to get what you want. There's no other way. Like, when you set a goal, the universe will demand a sacrifice, and that sacrifice is your current sense of self. It's your current identity. And the chances are is you're going to be quite happy with that, because who you are right now has created all the problems in your life, and so you kind of want to kill it off. I'm not telling you to actually, you know, commit an unimaginable act of sadness. You know, I'm asking you to realize that it's impossible for you to get what you want with the current character that you have right now, and the current skills you have right now, the current belief systems you have right now. Because if you had the right ones, you wouldn't be watching this video. You'd be making 10 grand a month, right? So malleability is basically your ability to shift between identities and shift between things. And when your goal or your vehicle demands something of you and demands you to change or shift, then you change. Now, I'm not advocating here for the absolution of principles or values that mean a lot to you. For example, like, I'm not going to tell you to like cut your family off or change your religion, or, you know, if like, for example, I'll draw a line, right? If my goal suddenly demanded me to kill someone and murder someone, I ain't going to do it, because I'm not willing to, you know, become that malleable that I end up becoming a murderer, right? That's not my cup of tea, right? So I'm not going to be doing something like that. Same thing if it required me to just do something really illegal. Like I'm not going to do it. There's things that I won't compromise on, right? Principles and morals. Fortunately enough, I don't have to do any of that, but you know, you get the point, right? The last one is emotional management, right? And this is the ability to control your emotions. You have to understand that people that make six figures in their business, they think differently to you and they treat themselves and their emotions differently to you. And so it's about being able to become aware of your emotional state and regulate it, and not letting yourself get carried away. For example, if you wake up one morning and you've got all this doubt about the business and you're terrified and you're nervous and you know what it's like, you know, you're sat there at like 9 a.m. and suddenly this massive wave of doubt comes over you. You need to control that and manage it, and you can't let that seep into your work, and you know, you can't let that seep into the business too much, because if you do, the business is not going to go anywhere, right? So it's about the best place to start with character. You probably, if you're not making 10 grand a month, you probably can't focus, you're probably undisciplined, you're probably not malleable, and you probably can't control your emotions. Maybe you can do one or two, but once you can do all four, these are the core characteristics required for you to get to 10K a month, right? And I can tell you this is true because not only were these the ones that I had to develop to do it myself, but at this point I've helped like hundreds and hundreds, like 300-400 other people get to 10K a month. So like, it's like, if you're wondering how we do that through our agency program, but I'm not going to sell you anything right now. But you get the point, right? You need these things, characteristics. If you don't have them, you need to develop them. How do you develop focus? Is through meditation and through just like single-minded focus, deleting all your social media apps, deleting everything that isn't the main thing, that isn't the goal. How do you become disciplined? I can make a video on that. By the way, if you have any video ideas, like specific problems that you're facing that you want me to help you solve through these videos, just comment below. And then the comments that get the most likes, I'll make videos on, because it's fractal and I'm helping you solve a problem, right? Discipline, malleability, emotional intelligence. So, you know, management. So if you can get these characteristics in line, you're going to be the person that can make 10 grand a month. Okay? Now let's get to your beliefs. I'm going to make an entirely separate video on belief systems and how they work, because in order for me to properly explain these, I'm going to need a good couple of hours. Now, some of you guys may not be interested in belief systems at all. For me, it's the main thing to anyone's success. Like, it's one of the most important things. If you want me to make a video on belief systems and how they work and how to completely change your belief systems, and like I can do this for a pastime, like I'm very good at it now. So I've studied beliefs for a long time. So if you want me to make a belief system video and how to change your belief systems and like go haywire with fixing that, then just put a comment, and if those comments get lots of likes and stuff, then I'll make the video. If they don't, then no one cares, so I won't, right? Because I just want to make videos that you guys actually want to watch. But really, we're going to keep this pretty clean, because like I said, I intend to make a video on this. So your belief system, or a belief, is basically a statement of truth, right? Yeah, I'm actually going to just not get into this too much right now. And like I said, I'll make another video if you guys want me to. But a belief is basically a statement of truth about the world, the reality, or the way that you exist in the world. Right? It can be a belief, a self-belief, like an identity belief, or a belief about the way the world works. And like, what you need to understand is that your beliefs, like, the only real true limit to human potential is belief. And what I mean by that is, it's like, what do you believe is true? Because if you believe that making 10K a month is really difficult, and if you believe that you're not the kind of person that can make 10K a month, then, well, guess what's going to happen? You're not going to do it, because all of your behavior is filtered through your belief systems. And so, you know, what you need to do right now in your life is look at what you currently believe to be true about the world and what you believe to be true about money, and ask yourself if that belief is serving you or not, and whether or not it's truly rooted in the truth. And you'll realize that there's nothing, like the truth in some terms doesn't even exist. Because for me, I believe that money is massively abundant and it's easy to make, but for you, you probably believe that it's really difficult to make. And so we see the world differently. And if you want to adopt the paradigm and the belief system of someone making 10K a month, you have to sacrifice some of the beliefs you have right now so that you can line up your vision of the world in the way that you manifest yourself into the world in the way that the world manifests to you, you need to do that differently, right? So that's kind of like a brief sort of instruction. So another thing you can do, once again, is make a list of all the beliefs that you need to adopt to get to 10K a month. And how do you do this? Well, once again, it's studying people that have done it. So it's going to people in the business that are successful, in the same vehicle as you, that are making money and, you know, they're where you want to be. And you just ask them about things like, what do you believe to be true about this? And what do you think about this? And listen to podcasts and study them. And over time, what will happen is you'll start to understand their belief systems and the way that their like perception of the truth manifests. And then as a result of that, you'll have no problem at all figuring out how to think, if that makes sense. So really, like that's everything that I wanted to cover in today's video in terms of how to make 10K a month. There's obviously more to it than this. It's not just like, this isn't just going to be a one-stop shop, but this should give you a lot of clarity and a lot of understanding on how to actually think and orient yourself and how to ground yourself so that, you know, when it does come to like time for rubber to meet the road and you actually start the business, you have something to pin yourself to, if that makes sense. And I know that this is true because this is literally exactly how I did it. I'm just here sharing with you what worked for me as a young man, you know, when I was 18, 19. And, you know, I figured this out from a pretty early age and, you know, now I have a great life and I'm really happy and, you know, I want you to be happy and I want you to have a great life as well. So I want to share this with you as if you were my little brother or, you know, family member or a really good friend of mine who's asking for help. Now, if you are a marketing agency owner or a coach or consultant or you're starting one, there's a link in the description you can click. Full transparency, it's a sales funnel, right? It's a video of me attempting to sell you my program. I don't really care if you click it or not, truth be told. But if you want to check it out, you can. It's entirely up to you. Like maybe you don't want to, that's fine, you know, but it's there. We help them get clients basically, if you're an agency or a coach. We're pretty bloody good at it as well. I love it. But anyway, enough of me trying to say something. I hope this video finds you well. I hope you use it to get to 10K a month and love you lots. I love you like a brother. I want you to, you know, I want the best for you. And I want to make videos for people like you because if someone made videos for this, well, someone did. Like this is Sam Ovens, right? Sam Ovens, well, these aren't his ideas, but I want to be to you what my mentor was to me when I was starting. You need someone to sort of, you know, illuminate the world for you and give you, like, show you the way and be like, you know, you're in a big dark cave right now and, you know, someone just needs to come along with a flashlight and say, hey, just in this direction. Like, I can't tell you everything because I haven't got time to tell you everything right now, but I hope this hour will, you know, show you how to step in the right direction. You'll figure it out. And I hope I can be that for you. So I love you. Have a good day. Take care. Hey everyone, it's Charlie Morgan here, and I've been making more than $10,000 a day for the last 2 years. In fact, to show you that that's true, you can see my Stripe here. This is one of my payment processes for one of my companies. You can actually see these are real live Stripe notifications confirming that I actually, in some way, shape or form, know what I'm talking about. This is one payment processor, so we make around, through other processes and bank transfers and crypto and stuff, typically $20,000 to $40,000 a day, or roughly give or take 800 grand a month, like an 8-figure business basically. And this is all online. This is with an online business. And when I was 18 years old, I figured out how to go from 0 to 10K a month. No, I'm not scamming people. I'm not selling low ticket courses to mums who want to figure out how to make money online. I'm not selling like a 997 course. I don't have a webinar for you to attend. I don't want your email. I have no interest in your financial situation. I don't want to sell you anything in this video. I just want to make this video for myself when I was 18 years old. There are 7 steps to getting to 10K a month. And if you follow them and you execute on them and you watch this whole video and you take notes and understand what I'm about to tell you, this may well change your life because this is how I got to 10K a month. I'm just going to tell you what worked for me and the model that I used and the processes that I used, and then you can basically just copy them to make a ton of money. The first thing I want to do is set a little bit of an expectation around the sort of time frame you're looking at here. And then we're going to talk about where to start. Because obviously where to start is the big thing. You've probably got the work ethic and the desire and the willpower, like, you know you want to do it, but you just don't know where to actually begin. Like, what's the first problem you have to solve or the first step you have to take? But first of all, time. I just want you to know that to get to 10K a month, it's going to take you between 1 to 2 to 3 years. All right, maybe not 3, that's quite extreme. But if you've got like some level of IQ and you actually have a brain, it should take you about 18 months. 1 to 2 years is how long it's going to take you to get a 10K a month. That is provided you stick to one thing and you work with one person, like one type of person, and you just stick to it and you don't get the shiny object syndrome and hop around and grass greener. So I've devised 7 steps. Like if I was trying to get to 10K a month from scratch and rebuild my wealth and get to like 6 figures, I would follow these 7 steps. And I would follow them because these are the 7 steps that I followed that got me to 10K a month when I was 18 years old. So without further ado, let's begin. So the first question you're gonna have is, where do I start? Like, what is the first thing? Because a lot of the steps you can figure out, but a lot of people just struggle with knowing what to actually do to begin with. And well, the first place you start is with the market. And I'm gonna give you a lesson in how to make money online here that you need to hear before we get started. So your business is not about you. Remove this idea from your equation. You're not trying to make yourself money. What you need to learn to do is focus on the market and put all of your attention and effort and conscious thought onto this thing, a group of people that you're actually helping. Let me help you understand how money works. If this is you and you want to make money, well, money has to be exchanged for something. That's the fundamental principle of economics. And so this is someone else over here, and this can represent the market. And what you want is you want the market to give you their money. And this is the business. You're selling things to people so that you can make money. Now, if you want money, then you have to give value. Okay? So money is exchanged into your pocket when you give value to the market. But then the question becomes, well, what is value? How do I give value? Well, that's an abstract term. Well, I've thought about this for about 7 years and I've been able to figure it out. So what is value? Well, value is created when pain is alleviated, and pain is alleviated when problems are solved. And so what we're doing is, in order for you to get money, we solve problems. So whenever I refer to value or adding value or creating value, really what I'm referring to is solving problems. And so the art of making money online or in any industry ever is basically just, and this is specifically with a business, you have a business, the way you make money is by finding a market, a group of people, and then basically finding out what their problem is, figuring out how to solve that problem, and then solving it, and then getting paid. And this is how money is made. We make money by solving problems. And if you don't believe me, I'd encourage you to look at any product you've ever bought, ever. They all solve problems. Let's say that you bought a sandwich. Well, you solve the problem of being hungry. Like another example, now my phone's on charge. This solves the problem of me not having any battery on my phone. Like, for example, this video is a product. Now, I'm not selling it to you. You're not giving me money, but you're giving me your attention, and YouTube's paying me to make this video. And this video is, as a product, is solving a problem of how to make money. So anything that you look at, any economic exchange, any economic endeavor or transaction is happening because of this. And so what's happening here is the market, basically, they have 2 situations. They have their current situation and they have their desired situation. And the current situation is where they are right now, which is in pain, and the desired situation is where they want to be. And so what we're looking at here is a pretty fundamental first principle of making money, is you have the market, and this person represents, the market here, and we have where they are right now. So we have their current situation, and then the market wants to be somewhere else. So we have their desired situation. And between these 2 states is a pretty obvious gap between where they are now and where they want to be. And they would be where they want to be if their problem was solved. So here they are, current situation, painful problem. Here they are, desired situation, painful problem solved. For example, your current situation is dead broke. I'm sure that you'd be in less pain and you'd be in your desired situation if you were making 10K a month. And so as a market, right now on YouTube, people want to make money. And if someone solved that problem for them and added value by alleviating the pain by solving the problem, then they would be in a desired situation. And so this is how my business works. It's called Imperium Acquisition, and we basically, and I'm not pitching you, I'm just telling you how I've used this equation to make millions of dollars online. My business basically helps agency owners, coaches and consultants with high-ticket client acquisition. So established business owners who either help businesses with marketing or other coaching services. And what we do is we basically have a program with a series of videos, like I say, it's like 400 videos. But we have a program with a series of videos, and what basically we do is someone in the market comes in, they buy the program, and then they watch the videos, apply the knowledge, and then the problem has been solved. And so they then obviously have paid us for that information and for that value. And that's how I make money, is by solving problems. And so this is the first lesson you have to understand, is it's all about the market. It's all about the people that you serve. I can't even spell market, apparently. So you shouldn't trust me, God. But it's all about the market. Your business should not serve the purpose of you trying to make money. It should serve the purpose of you trying to add value to the market. And remember, value is created when pain is alleviated, and pain is alleviated when problems are solved. So this is the first fundamental shift you need to have if you want to get to 10K a month. Stop focusing on yourself, stop being selfish and being self-centered around this making money thing, and put all of your attention onto the market. And focus on your customers, and focus on your niche and the people that you're serving, and that's the first thing you have to do. So with that little 101 lesson in mind, and I'm hoping by now your eyes are sort of opening up, like, oh, I'm starting to get this now, I'm hoping that's happening. Let's actually talk about the 7 steps you need to follow and the 7 actions you need to take at a broad level to actually achieve this financial feat. So I just need to get some pens here. Okay. So, considering the lesson that we just basically went through, I'd invite you to just temporarily pause the video or pause your brain and consider what do you think the first step actually is. What is the first step to making 10K a month online? Just take a second to think this through, because I want your active engagement in this video, because this is how you learn. So just take a second, just write it down. You might think it could be anything, Just write it down, what you think the first step is. Some action is required. If you just watch videos like this and you don't actually do anything, well then you're not really going to get very far. Well, I can tell you that the first thing that you're going to do, numero un step, is to pick a niche. Now, what I'm going to be doing in this video is walking you through the easiest business model that I see getting to 10K a month. And basically what that is it's selling information, or selling information as a service. So we're not going to be talking about dropshipping or Amazon FBA or e-commerce. However, you can use these principles to do that. But the tangible example I'm going to give you is the one that I actually use to get to 10K a month and get to 100K a month and eventually $1 million a month, because I know that and I'm going to teach it to you. But you can extrapolate the principles from that and maybe apply them to a different model. But the first thing we need to do is start with a niche. And we need to pick a niche. So the business that I'm going to teach you to start is essentially a consulting business or a service-based business, where you're finding a group of people, you're finding a problem that they have, you're identifying that problem, you're learning how to solve the problem, either by teaching them how to solve it or solving it for them through a done-for-you service, and then you're going to those people and you're selling that solution, and that's how you're making money. It's a simple equation, it's a simple transaction. But we have to start with a niche. We have to start with the group of people that we want. And so what you're going to do is you need to consider for a second here, like, your niche. So the question is like, what is a niche? Well, a niche to me is a large group of people that have affinity. And affinity basically means fractal similarities. And fractal similarities, I've just used a more complicated word to define a simple word. That was stupid. Fractal similarities, it basically means people that share attributes or things. So a niche is a collection or an aggregate of people, businesses or entities, so to speak, that have things in common, right? They are fractal in that essence. And so really when you're picking a niche, you kind of really want to work with businesses, to be honest. I wouldn't suggest picking like a B2C niche, because consumers have far less money and businesses tend to have more money. And I would just suggest you work with businesses because they're better to work with. But really what we're looking for is a group of at least 30,000 people, and that's really a niche. So this could be gym owners, it could be agency owners, it could be real estate agents. The niche could be, I don't know, you could coach people on, it could be chief financial officers, it could be accountants, it could be CrossFit coaches, it could be anything. But the key to picking a niche is picking one that you're actually interested in. And so in terms of what makes a good niche is really 2 things. Well, there's 3 things. We're looking for size, in brackets TAM, and I'll explain what that means in a second. We're looking for finances, financials, and we're looking for pain. So really the 3 things that qualify a niche to actually be good and profitable are size. The bigger the niche, the better, because if you work with there's a niche of like Let's say that you want to work with luxury yacht charting companies in Caribbean islands. Well, there's probably only going to be a couple of hundred of them. So you're not really going to get very far because only a couple of them are going to want to work with you. So you need a big niche, like the bigger the better. 30,000 businesses at least, really at a minimum. Could be like YouTubers, I don't know, there's lots of people. The second thing is financials. And what this means is, do these people actually have some level of buying power? Do they have like cash or some level of financial abundance that allows them to pay for things? For example, a bad niche would be students. Students who want to eat healthy. Maybe you'd want to do coaching for healthy eating or something. Well, the problem is working with students is they don't have any money. Or like another niche could be refugees. They probably aren't going to be able to afford your services. So we're looking for size, we're looking for financials, and then the final thing that we're looking for that really qualifies whether or not a niche is any good is pain and suffering. Because remember, the way we make money is by adding value. Value is created when pain is alleviated. And so the more pain that the niche is in, the more painful the problem, the more value we can create, the more money will be exchanged. And so if you want to learn how to make a ton of money, you just need to find a ton of pain. Think of a niche like an oil field. What you're doing is you're basically finding the niche, and it's like an oil field. I'm just going to draw this here. Let's just say that this represents an oil field, and here you've got your big oil drill drilling into the ground. I don't know how the hell these things look, but you've got your oil drill here, and we're drilling for oil down here. And so what a niche is like, and what a group of people are like, is we're looking like they have pockets of pressure. So what's happening is this is the niche here underground as we go down. And what you're doing with your niche is you're trying to basically drill for oil. These are basically pain points or points of pressure. And so you're going to drill down with your offer, basically, or your product, and you're going to try and find a point of pain or a point of pressure. And by hitting that, obviously you're going to release all this pressure and it's all going to come up to the surface, and you've essentially struck oil. So when you're thinking about picking a niche and finding a problem to solve, think of it as if you are an oil corporation drilling into the core of the earth to try and find pockets of pressure that you can basically use to create value. Because if you're drilling as an oil company, you're looking for these pockets of pressure to release. And this is kind of what the human mind is fractally inside of a niche. Is like these niches, they have problems, and all you have to do is just drill down and find them. And then once you find them, you expose them, then people will basically be like, oh, damn, now I'm aware of this problem. Yeah, I'll pay you to solve it for me. That's the first step, is you need to pick a niche. So the question then becomes like, okay, well, how do I know what niche is right? Or how do I know what niche is right for me? Or what should I pick? Well, what you're looking to do here is we're looking to draw a Venn diagram, and it's not a pair of ass cheeks, I promise. But we're looking to draw a Venn diagram between what qualifies a good niche, so qualifications, and then basically you. What are you interested in, and then what qualifies a good niche? And we're really looking to find something that sits in the middle here. So for me, when I was starting my first business, this was the gym niche, and the problem I help people solve was marketing, because the gyms needed help getting more customers. And so you're looking at what you're interested in, you're looking at what then qualifies a good niche. Just make a list of every niche you might be interested in. It can be any group of businesses. It doesn't matter, by the way, if you don't have to come at this with the intention of selling marketing or selling coaching or selling consulting, because niches have way more problems than just getting customers. Like there's way more to the market than just client acquisition or Facebook ads or funnels. You don't have to worry too much about penning yourself into what service you're going to provide just yet. You just want to pick a group of people. And what we're then going to do is we're going to invert it, and we're going to pick the service that we offer based on what the niche needs the most. And I'm just going to put this up here. So once you've picked your niche, the second thing you have to do is basically find the problem. You've now got a group of people, or maybe a few groups of people that you might want to entertain. The key to picking a niche is just picking one, because focus is kind of the rule of success. So you pick one niche. And then what you're doing is you're going to do an audit, a problem audit. Problem audit is essentially where we go to the niche and we start doing some research. Because what we need to do is we need to find what problems do these people have. Because remember, the core rule, money is made when value is created when pain is alleviated, and pain is alleviated when problems are solved. And so if we want to start at the base of this thing to create this value and create an exchange that is worthwhile to make money,
Well, then we have to start with the problem, because by alleviating the problems, we alleviate the pain, and then we create the value, and then we make money. We have to go to the bottom of this thing. We don't set out, this is an important lesson, do not set out with the intention of making money, set out with the intention of properly solving problems, and the money will come. It's obliquity. We achieve making money through its opposite, which is basically exchanging value, which is solving problems. So we want to do an audit on the niche. So once you've picked the group of people that you want to help, what you're going to do is you're going to go to them. We'll just use any example, doesn't really matter. And this is just the group of niche. The best strategy for doing this is basically just going to this group of people and just asking them, like, what are your pain points? What do you struggle with? Now, you might then think, okay, well, no one's going to tell me that. But the way that I did this when I was doing my niche market research at the beginning was basically to go to these businesses and call them up and just pretend to be a student. And I'm like, hey, you won't know who I am, but I'm doing a paper for my local college on what it's like to be a gym owner. And I know that you're really busy, but I was wondering if you wouldn't mind if I could just ask you maybe 10 questions about running a gym. I'm not trying to sell you anything, I'm just writing this paper and I really want to get some quotes. Would that be okay? Now, you could argue that's dishonest and it's a lie. And so maybe you want to be honest and call these people and say, I'm looking to start a business helping gym owners. I don't know where to start. I just want to know what problems you face so I can see where I can add value in the market. Doesn't really matter. But really, you should probably spend like a good week or two, a couple of weeks on this, because the better your understanding of the problem and the market that you're solving, the better you'll be able to tailor a solution. I'm hoping you're sort of starting to understand the mental model I'm using here, which is inversion. We flip it on its head. We ask ourselves what the problem is, and then we build a solution. A lot of people try and start a business by coming up with an idea. If you ask a lot of humans who want to start businesses, why haven't you started a business yet? They'll all say, oh, because I haven't got the idea. I don't know what the idea hasn't come to me. I'm waiting for an idea. But we don't come up with ideas in the shower. It's very difficult to do that. Like you can't just bang out of nowhere comes a fantastic idea. But what you can do, and what's way easier to find, is a problem, because the solution is the idea. And so you're not going to go looking for a solution, because in order to find the solution, you first have to know what the problem is. And so we start with the problem. The second step to getting to 10 grand a month, or in this case, for me, even $1 million a month, which is literally what I did, is you have to do an audit on a niche. And so you call, like I would call like thousands of people in your niche, hundreds of them at least. Email them, message them on Facebook, message them on LinkedIn, go into their place of business, right? They might not be brick and mortar businesses, but find them online and just ask them as many questions as they are willing to answer about their life. And after you've done this for maybe, I say 1 to 4 weeks, you really want to try and speak to 30 to 100 people, because once you've spoken to between 30 to 100 people in the niche and you've asked them the same questions, you'll start to be able to recognize patterns. And this is where you're going to build a massive competitive advantage over the other people, because everyone in your niche might offer marketing services or something like that. But I can give you an example. When I was in the gym niche, everyone had a gym marketing agency, myself included. But I worked with about 350, 360 gyms over the course of my business, Northflow Consulting. You can go and Google Northflow Consulting. It's an actual live business if you want to. We don't have clients anymore. We got rid of them, but you can check it out. I'm not lying. It's a thing. We've got results, blah, blah, blah. Once you start noticing patterns, you can basically figure out where the value lies. Like by asking these questions, we're doing the oil drilling thing. We're just asking like, what hurts? What hurts? What is it about running a gym that you hate? What is it about running a gym that you love? What is it about running this? I'm just replace gym owner. By the way, don't go and do a gym agency, because you have to bear something in mind here that I don't know how many people are going to watch this video, maybe a couple of 100,000. I mean, that'd be nice. But if a couple of 100,000 people watch this, and the example I'm using is gyms, you have to use your brain to understand that thousands and thousands of people are about to go into the gym niche. And you might think like they're not, but they are, because it's the example I'm giving. And a lot of people are completely critically incompetent and cannot think for themselves, and they just want monkey see, monkey do retardation. So please do not go into the gym niche. I'm warning you. I don't even care if you do or not, because I'm not in the industry. But it's an example, and people take example as gospel, right? So we're looking for patterns. You can spend a week or two, a couple of weeks, trying to talk to, properly, deeply interviewing hundreds of people in your niche, and then you'll develop the patterns. And what you're looking for is problems, fractal problems that everyone in this niche seems to share. Because if you look at 1 or 2 of these people, you're not really going to be able to predict what behavior they're going to have. But if you look at them as an aggregate, they're all going to share the same thing. And that's why I can make YouTube videos that get hundreds of thousands of views, because I know what my market wants, and I know what will resonate, and I know what pain you guys have. And I was you, which is another advantage as well. So when you're picking your niche, when you're finding the problem, we're digging in, we're asking questions, we're trying to find the pain point. And so really that's the second thing here, is problem isolation. We need to get focused on something. We need to start by figuring out who we're going to help, and then we're going to figure out what we're actually going to help them do. And so problem isolation is the second thing. It's really the most important thing, because now you have the vehicle in which you're going to use to introduce value. And like I said, this can be any niche, any group of people, but just go and dig into their pain points. What keeps you up at night about running this business? Or like, what do you really hate? Or what do you really love? Or what's one thing that if I could just wave a wand, you wish could go away with specifically to this business, or specifically to this thing that you're doing? You know, find just questions that elude them to finding problems. This is literally how I did it, and well, it worked. So the third thing is now where we're actually going to start to look at building our product. Because up until really, like, you are the product. In this instance, in this business model, you are essentially the product, because what's happening now is we need to basically create a solution. So the next step, the third step to building a company and actually creating value, after you've isolated the problem that people have pain about, because I can tell you right now, if someone's in pain, they will pay to solve that problem. Like, pain is the strongest form of negotiating, bartering power that we have in a financial exchange. Because the more pain someone's in, the more money they're going to put into solving that problem. And if you don't believe me, like, go and find anyone that's terminally ill and ask them how much money they'd be willing to pay to alleviate their terminal illness. They'd give their life. They'd literally give their life savings to do that. And I'm not saying that's a good moral argument to make, but you get my point. More pain equals more money. The next thing is to create a solution. So you might then have the question of, well, okay, so I've picked my niche, I know who I want to help, I've identified what problem those people have, and I've really figured out like what really keeps them up at night. And there's going to be a few things, and you can just pick the one that you might think is most valuable to solve. The next thing is to create a solution. So what we're doing now is this is all about information. So here's the wonderful thing about problems and solutions. Pretty much every single problem on this planet can be solved. If the solution, if the problem itself, if by the nature of the problem it is within the laws of physics and nature itself, with time and the application of the right information, the problem can be solved. So as long as it's within the laws of physics, we can do it. And if you don't believe me, well, you can look around pretty much anywhere and you'll see that we've solved millions and millions and millions of problems as humans that seemingly are impossible to solve. Like, it's crazy when you think about some of the stuff that we've done. And how do we create solutions? Well, it's information. You have to think of it like this. Your niche has a problem. And you need to think of this problem as if it was a lock in a door. So this is a lock in a door, and the lock requires a specific pin of a key. And so this is the problem. This represents the issue that your niche solves. And the way we're going to solve this problem and open this door is basically by finding a key that has the right code, you know, to fit the lock. If we come along with this key, specifically this shape of key, and we put this lock into this key, then, you know, the door, lo and behold, will open. So you have to start looking at solution, problem, information. And this is how we critically think through solving these things. Your niche has a problem, you need a solution. What we're trying to do is really a solution to a problem in this day and age is information. How do you do this? How do you solve this problem for people? Well, what you do is you're going to go onto something called the internet. I'm sure you might have heard of it before. And you're going to start doing research around what information is required to solve this problem. Because here's the thing, the problem that your niche is facing has been solved. Because there are people in your niche who don't have that problem. For example, if I was in the gym niche, there's, 100,000 gyms or whatever, chances are there's a few thousand gyms on this planet that don't have a problem with getting customers and don't have a problem with marketing and don't have a problem with getting people into the door and keeping members. And so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find those people, and I'm trying to find the sources of information that they use to solve that problem, and then I'm trying to learn that information so I can then bring this information and package it into a product. So really, if you ask yourself, like, what are you actually selling to make money? Well, you're selling a solution, but a solution is always going to come in the form of information. Now, this isn't always true, because let's say, for example, that the problem that your niche has is professional athletes who have a problem with recovery. And one of the issues that you want to learn how to solve is how to help people recover better. Let's say that one of the things that you give to these athletes that you sell is an ice bath, and that's the solution. Well, you're not really selling information. However, you did use information to arrive at the conclusion that the application of the ice bath would solve the problem of the inflammation as a result of the recovery. So you can get technical with it. But really, all you're doing in step 3 is finding out how to solve the problem. So you find the problem, then we're going to just figure out how to solve it. And like I said many times over, and I'm repeating myself a lot here, I'm aware, it's purely because I want to just drill this into your brain. The way we're going to solve this problem is by figuring out the information. I can give you an example here. The problem that, like I said at the beginning of this video, the problem that I solve for my clients is client acquisition at a high ticket level for agency owners, coaches, and consultants. So I've made my money solving that one problem of how do I help these people get customers, and how do I help these people book appointments and sign clients. And so I figured out how to solve that problem by reading lots of information about psychology and systems and marketing. And after I learned all that information and I studied it for like years, I then built a course that basically transferred the information over to the people that I was helping. I uploaded my brain to a course. People would then watch that course and download the information to their brain, apply the information to their situation, lock opens the door, bang, Bob's your uncle, $20 million online. That's how I've done it. You need to find the information and you create the solution. This is a lot harder to do than I'm making it out to be. It's not easy. You're gonna, like this thing here, the niche thing should really only take you like a day. This is gonna take you weeks, and this might take you months. This is why I said at the beginning of this video that if you wanna make 10K a month, it's gonna take you like a year or two. This isn't just some 30-day, you can't just rock up to a market and just start making more money than a trained doctor has taken 10 years to make in like 30 days. It doesn't work like that. You have to deserve it. And the way you deserve it is through this process. So this should take days, this should take weeks, and this genuinely should take months. It should take you a long time to figure this out. And so how do you find this information? Well, you need to start looking. Go on the internet and type in how to get, and then, insert solution here to the problem, and then read every single Google page you can find, every single article, every single book, watch every single podcast, listen to every single interview. Find people who have solved this problem and ask them. Just literally all you have to do, if you think about it, is just spend a couple of months obsessing over this problem. And if you do that and you watch everything you can, consume every piece of information you can, and you then filter that information through what is right and what is wrong, then you'll probably have a pretty good job at solving it. But the problem is people don't want to spend months and months and months doing boring research into some random problem for some random group of people because it's painful, and they just want to go and sit on a beach in Bali and jack off into a coconut. Sorry, that's a terrible image for you. But you get my point. It doesn't work like that. You have to go through this to bloody make it happen. So heed my warning. This is the third step. This is exactly what you have to do. It's not complicated. It's difficult, but it's simple, as literally it always should be. So that's the third thing. Is you're going to spend a few months literally spending 12 hours a day obsessing over this problem and curating and finding every single piece of information that you can possibly find to solve this problem. So step number 4 here is basically offer. Up until now, let's do a little summary. You found a group of people that you're interested in and that you want to help. You found their most painful problem or problems. You've isolated one specific problem that you can use to add value. Then you've found how to solve that problem, in theory. This is the important thing in theory. You've curated or basically understood a plethora of information that, if applied to the problem, likely will solve it. And you've done that, and you've verified that through people who have actually solved the problem and extensive month-long research. And you could probably write a book on the thing at this point. And that's really what would qualify you, and I think, to make money online. Could you write a 200-page book on the nature of the problem that you solve and how you help people? Or could you talk on a stage in front of thousands of people for a whole hour or 2 hours about your thing without any prompts? Case in point, this YouTube video. I've been helping entrepreneurs go from 0 to 10K a month for like 4 years now. And I've been helping people with client acquisition for a long time. And I can sit here for hours on end and just make videos without any prompts, just off the top of my brain with like a small legal notepad of literally 7 words. So this is the thing, you're becoming an expert, but now we have to learn how to create an offer. Because going to people and just saying, hey, I can help you solve this problem, it will work, but it's not really, you need to create a compelling sales argument, and you need to craft a persuasive, piece of text or stimulus that will actually get people to talk to you. So offer creation is a very simple structure, a very simple idea. Really, it revolves around 2 things. It revolves around tangibility, it revolves around time, and it revolves around risk reversal. And so for an offer to really be an offer, it has to be tangible. And what this means is tangibility is basically putting a number or a measurement on the solution. So for example, instead of me going to a gym and saying, hey, I can help you get more members, I would go and say, hey, I can help you get 30 new members, or I can help you get 100 new members, or I can help you add $20,000 to your new monthly EFT, electronics funds transfer. It's a gym term used in the gym industry to denote monthly revenue. And so you have to make it tangible. You have to figure out what the solution is, and you have to put a number to it. For example, let's say that your niche is executives, male executives who want to increase their testosterone. Well, specifically, how much are you going to increase their testosterone by? Are you going to double it? Are you going to triple it? Are you going to increase it by 500%? You need to have some sort of tangibility for them to basically be able to visualize and properly conceptualize the solution, because as human beings, we work in tangibility. The second thing in your offer is the time frame over which that tangibility is bound to manifest. And so if I tell you I can help you increase your testosterone by 100%, I need to give a time frame to it, because without time frame, the offer is rather chaotic, and people are going to be like, well, is it going to take like a year? Is it going to happen tomorrow? We need to set the expectation as to how long it's going to actually take for this thing to actually happen and manifest. The next thing is risk reversal. So once you've defined the tangibility and the time frame, now you need to actually put your money where your mouth is. And what that basically means is you need to be able to say to people, I'm going to get you this result in this time, and if I don't, you either don't pay me or I'm going to give you back your money. There needs to be some way for people to eliminate their risk. And risk is usually going to be all about finances. Because if you're asking someone to pay you to get a result in a specific time frame, it really helps them to know that if they don't get that result in that time frame, that they're going to receive their money back, or that they can essentially try to solve this problem without risk. And people love risk aversion. People are naturally risk averse. We have a cognitive bias in our minds called loss aversion. It's probably one of the most powerful cognitive biases that drives our behavior in psychology. And in order for you to use that cognitive bias to persuade people to buy, you need to have risk reversal. Because here's the thing, you might be thinking to yourself, well, I don't want to guarantee results because I don't want to have to give people's money back. Well, it's a stupid statement, it's a stupid argument. The market sets the conditions for survival, and the conditions are very competitive. And what I mean by that is, if you don't have the confidence to guarantee that what you do works with a money back guarantee, why should anyone on the planet have the confidence to buy it? Sales and acquisition is the transfer of emotion at its purest form. And what I mean by that is that if you don't have the confidence to offer a guarantee, or have the confidence to put money where your mouth is with pay on results or something, then why should anyone buy from you? It's as simple as that. So that's really what an offer is. And if you have those 3 components of an offer, you've kind of done pretty much all the work. Now, if you want to learn how to create an offer in a little bit more detail, you can always go and read Alex Hormozi's $100 million offers. But generally speaking, if you have the tangibility, the time frame, and the risk reversal, you're going to get pretty far. And also, the cool thing about this is the more you've understood your niche, and the more you've researched the problem, and the more you've researched the solution, the better your offer will be, because you'll know the lingo. You'll know how to communicate with these people and what messages are going to resonate with them and work incredibly well. Because it's pretty simple. I can give you one small example. When I used to reach out to CrossFit gyms, my offer to CrossFit gyms was not I can help you get more members, it was I can help you get more athletes. Because a lot of CrossFit gyms, at least the ones that I was reaching out to, would refer to their members as athletes. Okay, and if I was reaching out to coaches, I knew that there was like different levels to the coaching. I knew the name of the guy who created a CrossFit gym, and I knew that a lot of CrossFit gyms kind of found him a bit annoying. So like you can just, when you've done your homework, you can really create offers and you can talk to people properly. And this is once again the drilling for oil thing, where we've got these different oil fields below the surface, and we need to drill down and use our offer to use words that basically invoke emotion and pain to do this. So that's the fourth step. Without getting into too much detail, that's how you create an offer. When I teach offers at a more advanced level, it does get far more complicated than this. But we're not trying to build a 8-figure business. You just want to get a couple of clients a month, and you should be able to do it with that. Okay, so number 5. Number 5 is where we're actually going to start doing some damn work. Okay, and this is where it gets pretty simple. This is where it becomes more about your pain tolerance than anything else. I'm talking about outreach. So once you've found the problem, solved the problem, or at least understood how to solve the problem, and you've packaged that problem up into a compelling offer, well, now really all that's left to do to make money is to put this offer in front of as many people in your niche as you possibly can. And so outreach is basically the art of finding people in your niche, online typically, and using some mode of electronic communication to present your offer, which is basically a stimulus, to your niche. It's as simple as that. And so all we're doing is we're calling, we're emailing, we're texting, we're WhatsApping, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, like TikTok, anything you can use to get in front of these people. And all we're doing is we're selling them our offer. We're saying, hi, John, I know that as a blah, 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 you probably have this blah, 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 blah. I can solve this problem for you with X result in X time frame on risk reversal basis. Don't suppose that might be of interest to you. It's as simple as that. You can probably use that script and get clients. You might have to get a little bit more creative than that, depending on the saturation of your niche and how many people have tried to solve the problem before you. But this is why I'm not recommending you do like a marketing agency or something. Like I've got lots of examples of very cool little unique niches and businesses that I'm not going to give you because it will just spoil it for the people that are in them. But it's super simple. You just reaching out. And basically, the rule that I'm setting here is you really want to reach out to 10,000 people before you make any changes or give up. This is the rule. The rule of 10,000 is very simple. And what the rule is when you start doing outreach, you're going to start facing resistance and pain because you're going to have to start facing rejection, and people are going to attack you, and people are going to be rude and nasty, and you're going to have all sorts of problems with this emotionally. But the rule is you do not quit, and you do it every single day until you've reached out to at least 10,000 people with your offer. Until you've done this, you cannot invalidate this, or this. Do not switch niche, do not switch problem, do not switch solution, do not switch offer until you've done 10,000. Because most people, if you've done this properly, and you've properly researched your niche, and you've properly tried to solve the problem, and you've properly made it tangible, time frame based, and you've reversed the risk, this should work. And if it doesn't work, if the outreach doesn't work, it's probably more because of your emotional state and the fact that you're not really doing the work properly than the validation of the business principles. So that's really it. You just start doing outreach, you just reach out to people, and then off you go. And it's not as difficult as you might think. You're just gonna make a lot of calls. When I had my first business, I made about 300 cold calls a day for like 6 months. That's how I got from 0 to 10K a month. Just 300 cold calls a day. Literally just to gyms. It was horrible. I hated every single minute of it. It was disgusting, but I don't really have any regrets. So the next step after outreach is to sell. Because what's going to start to happen when you do outreach properly is you're going to start to book appointments. You're going to start to get people reply to your emails or calls and say, okay, yeah, I have that problem and I'd be interested in you solving it for me. I'll talk to you about that. And so then you have to learn how to sell. And this is, I can't really cover this in this video because it's going to take like a long time. But really, sales is pretty simple. It's just know your market, know your thing, find the problem, diagnose the problem, tell them you can solve it, and then just don't take no for an answer. That's really the art of sales. But I'm here just to give you more of a high-level view of how to sell, or like how to actually make 10K a month. You can if you don't know how to sell right now, I wouldn't worry too much about it until you've actually got meetings to worry about. Because the problem is with people who want to make money online is they try and start with number 5 or number 6. Like they skip the very foundation which their business would be built on, and they go straight to the shiny object. For example, look at you on YouTube, right? You want to make 10 grand a month. I bet all of your time and effort is focused on the shiny object of like what's the best outreach method to use, or what's the best sales script to use, or the best funnel to use. But how much time have you actually spent researching how to isolate and solve problems and think critically and Socratically reason your way through ideas? You haven't, because you don't know to, but now you do, so go and do it. So sales is pretty easy. Sales is easy when you actually believe in what you're selling, right? When you've actually done this properly and you truly believe that what you do works, sales is pretty simple because it's just a transfer of emotion. Just gonna hop on the call, spend 10 minutes asking them questions about the problem, build some pain. And by the way, if you want to know how to do this, just go on YouTube and just type in like sales scripts. Like you're going to find like dozens and dozens of live sales calls that people have closed. There's so many sales resources on the internet these days, and they're all pretty good. Jeremy Miner's a good guy to listen for sales advice. Cole Gordon's another good one as well. So just go and watch those guys, and within like a week, you'll probably have a pretty good script down that you can try, and that's that. And then the same thing applies here. Like you want to speak to at least 100 people before you give up. So fun fact, I'm pretty bloody good at sales now. I've done 2,500 sales calls in my time. I don't do them anymore because I've got 9 sales reps that do them for me. However, I got pretty good at sales, but I did I think 60 or 70 sales calls before I got my first client. So don't be worried if it takes you like 50 calls to 100 calls to get your first client. It took me like 60. If you listen to me on the phone now, you think, God damn, he's good. And I'm bloody good at sales. I can sell. That's one thing. If I know there's one thing that on this planet that I can do, it is sell and draw. I can't draw. I can definitely sell. And so it took me like 60, 70 calls to get my first call, my first deal. So don't worry too much if it takes you a long time. Just like I said, 18 months, 2 years. Trust the process. Just take your time. Don't be in such a rush and a hurry. Do it properly. And then really once you get to this point, you're probably going to be making 10K a month. Obviously, this is very reductive and a very simplified version of how to get there. But the final step is really important, and that's to start building systems. So a system is kind of like just defined as a consistent, repeatable, predictable process that uses inputs to create outputs through processes. And basically, what I'm going to ask you to do now is comment in the comments below which of these steps you want me to explain in more detail. Like, which of these steps sound complicated to you? I can make a video on systems thinking. I can do that. I like systems. I can talk about them all day. Like, a system is basically just an input, a process, and an output, and then feedback and environment. I don't want you in any way, shape, or form to worry about systems right now, because the fact of the matter is you don't have to. Like, starting a business is like driving a car at night. You only want to focus on the road immediately in front of you, because if you start trying to look down the line here, or here, or here, you're going to wrap your car around the tree. Just your lights are only going to illuminate what's immediately in front of you. Don't worry about these things yet. Just worry about these things and getting these right before you worry. So the reason I put systems down here is because what you're trying to do in your business is you're trying to build repeatable processes that you can follow to get clients and close clients and deliver results. That's really what an online business does, at least one of these consulting or service-based businesses. You're basically getting appointments, closing those appointments, and then getting the people who you close results. Those are the 3 things that you have to systemize and focus on. And if you learn how to do that properly, you'll make a ton of money. And that's really what I've done. But anyway, that's basically 0 to 10K a month. I know this is how it works because I've done it myself. And I've taught this to like 2,000 people at this point in my paid programs. And like I said, you can't buy my paid program if you're a beginner. Like, we quite literally will disqualify you and we'll cancel the call if you don't have a business. So if you have an agency or a coaching consulting business and you identify as one, what I mean by that is you might not have any clients yet, but you feel like you kind of are one, then you can use the link in the description to schedule a call. But if you're just starting out and you've got no idea about how this business thing works, you haven't really spent any time on it, I hope this video helps you because, well, yeah, I wanted to make it for you because if I had this when I was starting, my life would have been a lot easier. And God knows, I would have made more money. So, you want to be a millionaire? It's not a rhetorical question, it's the topic of today's video. My name's Charlie Morgan. In the last 7 years, I've made north of $15 to $20 million online. I'm 25 years old and I've been able to achieve the status of multi-millionaire by what most people would consider quite a young age. And in today's video, I'm going to explain how you can do the same and how you need to think and orient yourself in the world to make this happen. Because I've been able to do this many times over. And I'm at the point in my career now where I've helped a handful of people, my clients, also achieve this status. So I got kind of good at it, and I'm going to make this video to explain how you can do the same. And by the end of this video, you will hopefully see the right path and understand what you need to do to become a millionaire, okay? So the first thing that you have to gauge, and the first ingredient that you have to have, essentially, to the soup of a millionaire, so to speak, is time. It's not about like investing in crypto or going into real estate. It's not about SMMA. It's not about affiliate marketing. It's not about Amazon FBA. It's not about selling courses. It's not about, repurposing content or being famous on TikTok. It's all about time. Time is your biggest friend. The thing about money is time, okay? And if you don't believe me, go and look at Warren Buffett's net worth over time. Go and look at any billionaire's net worth over time. And you'll find on average that it takes time. Now, I'm going to set an expectation with you shortly, and you're not going to like it. You're not going to want to receive this information. Your ego may block it out. You may choose to ignore it. That will be at your peril, okay? And that expectation is 7 years, okay? When I was 18, when I was 17, I think, about 8 years ago, I watched a video by Patrick Bet-David. And in that video, he told me it's going to take 7 years for you to become a millionaire. And I didn't listen to him. I didn't want to listen to him because, my Gen Z, millennial, whatever the hell I am, fried, like just completely ruined brain, couldn't even comprehend a 70-day time horizon, let alone a 7-year time horizon. And if you're watching this now, I want you to know that it's probably going to take about 7 years for you to become a millionaire, okay? It's not going to be fun. It's not going to be exciting. It's not going to be McLaren P1s, partying on yachts and renting Lamborghinis and skydiving in Dubai. It's going to be 7 years of you locked in a room, isolated from society, focusing on one thing. And that is how you become a millionaire. So the thing about becoming a millionaire is time. It takes a long time. Everyone wants it fast. And my business partner, Bo, came up with this absolutely just banging quote, to use a British colloquial phrase, banging quote, mate. He said that results are guaranteed, but speed is not. And so if you want to get rich, just take your time, pace yourself, be patient. And this is the biggest lesson that I've learned through my last, 7-8 years as an entrepreneur. It takes 7 years, maybe 5, depending on the skills you already have. But I'm going to explain why it takes so long. And I'm going to explain what you need to do, and you should now understand what to do. So just bear this in mind. Give yourself a 7-year time horizon. Stop trying to get to 100 grand a month in the next year. Stop trying to become a millionaire by 19 because you saw some kid in Dubai do it. Just pace yourself and understand that this is a marathon. It's an Ironman. It's an ultra marathon in the desert. It's going to take a long time, and it's going to really hurt and suck. Okay. So let's get into the first thing. So, the first thing is really time, right? And not many people understand how time actually works, but I'm going to explain it to you. So the thing about money is time, right? Now, time is a bit of a, it's a bit of a monster of an idea to break down because it's an arbitrary human construct. It's an abstraction built to basically standardize and understand the flow of cause and effect through the universe, right? It's kind of how we make sense of stuff. In fact, if you go onto Wikipedia and you click on the second link of, the second hyperlink of any Wikipedia page, it doesn't matter what it is, if you're looking at armadillos or pillows, I don't care, right? If you click on the second hyperlink of every Wikipedia page that you go to, and you keep doing that, so you go from armadillo to animal to whatever that might be, on the second link, eventually you're going to get back to philosophy, right? The way it usually works is it goes, you usually go science,
and then maths, and then language, and then philosophy. And then sometimes, usually what philosophy will do is it will either take you in a loop or it will take you to time. So time is kind of like this abstraction built to standardize chaos, right? Where we basically, so we can have orders of chaos and understand how things work. But time. So what you have to realize is that the universe is governed by something called cause and effect. And that might sound obvious, right? That might sound pretty okay, duh, of course. But when you understand how time actually works and how cause and effect actually works, you can become a millionaire. So let me explain. Let's actually get into some nuts and bolts here. Okay, so what you need to know is that if you want to make, this is supposed to be a dollar sign, if you want to make $1 million and you want to have that in your bank account and that's your goal, this is an effect. $1 million or being a millionaire, as having that as your financial status in life, is an effect. Okay? It is essentially a snapshot of the future, a projection, it's a thing, right? Yeah, it can manifest. It's an effect. And so if this here is an effect, well, we can understand that every single effect in the world has a cause. And so, this is also called Hegel's dialectic. I won't get into it, but it's pretty straightforward. Actually, let's get into it. Let's go deep. Why not? Let's get into it. Hegel's dialectic is basically this statement where over here, right, you have a thesis, and then you combine that with an antithesis, right? And you get something over here, and I'm going to explain what this actually means. Just bear with me. I know this is about how to become a millionaire, and you're going to be like, what the hell? But just bear with me, right? And then this is a synthesis, and then we have this called feedback. Okay? So this is basically how to visualize cause and effect. This little diagram here, this changed my life, and I'm hoping it's going to help you. So we have something called a thesis. So this, for example, a thesis is something in its raw form. It's just something that exists. An antithesis is basically something else that exists. And the synthesis is when you combine the thesis and the antithesis. And the synthesis is the result of those two things. So for example, let's say that the thesis is your skin, and the antithesis is the sun, and the synthesis of combining those two things is sunburn. That is cause and effect, right? Or let's say the thesis is your stomach being hungry, and the antithesis is eating a salad, and the synthesis is no longer being hungry, right? This is cause and effect. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis. And then the way this works is once you've basically created the synthesis, which is the effect as a result of the cause, right? Once you've created this thing here, what happens is this loops back around and becomes the new thesis, right? So if I come over here, over time, the synthesis is now the thesis, right? And the thesis is now going to meet another antithesis to create another synthesis. And this is how the world works, okay? It's called Hegel's dialectic, or Hegel's dialectic. I don't know how to actually pronounce the person's name. But this is essentially the description of cause and effect, okay? And so I can give you 100 examples. Like another example would be the thesis could be you right now watching this video, and the antithesis, the thesis is you, the antithesis could be this video, and the synthesis could be you becoming a millionaire. But here is the kicker, okay? When you combine a thesis and antithesis, we have this equal sign here, right? And this is basically a line, you combine these two things to get the synthesis. But here's the kicker. In here, we have time. And so what we have to understand about the way the world works is that between combining a thesis and an antithesis, time elapses before we get the synthesis. And so the reason this is so important to understand is because if you want to make $1 million, we understand that this is an effect, this is a synthesis. This is nothing but combining the right thesis and the right antithesis
and giving enough time to elapse for the cause and effect relationship to manifest and create the money, okay? But the reason this thing here is so important to understand is because of the way that cause and effect works, right? And so let me give you a really good example. Let me give you a really good, this is gonna help you, right? So over here, right, we've got the graph. You can see the graph. Okay, good. I'm gonna bring it down slightly. Okay. So on this side of the scale, can you see that? Yes, you can. We have effect. And over here we have time. And let's just say that this, you know, this is just years, you know, whatever. Now, the little dot here represents a cause, right? This is when we take something, a thesis, and we combine it with an antithesis to manifest a synthesis. For example, you in your state right now, watching this video and going on to become a millionaire. Or you reading, like you without any knowledge of the Roman Empire, reading a book on the Roman Empire and then understanding the Roman Empire, right? Now, sometimes with Hegel's dialectic, right, when we look at, you know, the synthesis, the thesis, the antithesis, and the synthesis, sometimes when we combine the thesis and the antithesis to create the synthesis, this can happen very quickly, right? This can go real fast. Like, for example, if you're hungry and you eat food, you're no longer hungry. That can be a matter of minutes, right? But an example I'm going to give you now will solidify this. So this is me, right? And I am at this point 17 years old. So at this point I'm 17, and right now I'm 25. Okay, so between these 2 points, what have we got? We've got about 8 years of time, okay? When I was 17 years old, I started reading, okay? I started reading non-fiction business books, everything that I could get my hands on. I think in the last 8 years, I don't know how many books I've read. What would it be, like 50? I mean, hundreds, maybe 400 books perhaps. I taught myself to speed read when I was about 18, so I can still speed read. It's quite a good talent to develop. But anyway, when I was 17, I probably read, in that first year, I'd say like 40 books. You know, I didn't have anything else to do, like A-levels were just, no. Well, I wasn't even doing A-levels, I was doing GCSEs at this point. But anyway, whatever. I read about 40 books. Here's the thing. Now, if this effect is represented by money, right, and this is $0, and this is millionaire, right, this is how this works. So, at this point here, this is me reading 40 books, right, at 17. And what happens here is the books don't really add any value at the beginning. Because the thing about gaining knowledge and, you know, building your paradigm and your understanding of the world and the way that things work takes time. It takes hundreds of books. It takes studying first principles, studying founding fathers. Like, it takes a long time to really get to the bottom of like how things actually work. And even when you get to the bottom, you're still miles off probably, right? Socrates figured that one out, right? But anyway, so this is how this works. So this effect here, this cause rather, you know, this Hegel's dialectic thing of reading 40 books, didn't really do much, and then over time it became exponential to the point at which becoming a millionaire made sense, right? And so, because what happened here is this is me at 17, so what have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? So let's just put this one here. So this is after 8 years of reading, right? And this is just one example. Because, you know, here I'm 18, here I'm 19, here I'm 20, 21, 22, 23, you know, 24, 25. And so every year I read near enough another 40 books, right? I kind of just made it a habit, and I continued that habit, okay? And what's happened is basically at every step of the way, you know, with regards to like making money or my knowledge building, it's compounded. Because when you stay consistent with a habit, and when you stay on track on one specific thing, you basically create what is known in thinking or in maths or in physics, I think it's physics, as an exponent. And so if this is, this is 40 books, 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 right? 40, 40 over here. Over time, just reading 40 books is not going to make you a millionaire. It's probably not, right? But if you continue doing 40 books every year for 8 years, you become smarter than like 99.999% of people. Because, in fact, probably even more than that, because most people, they finish their degree and they don't read a single non-fiction book for the rest of their life, right? Maybe they read Sapiens, right? And then that's it, right? So this is why the thing about money is time, and the thing about becoming a millionaire is time, because every time you repeat the action, every time you read, this is just with books, I'm gonna give you some money examples in a second here, right? Every time, what happens is all of these extra Hegel's dialectic synthesis creations, they feed back on the previous ones. And when you get feedback, you get this slope. And basically this is sort of how my knowledge or how my income has gone, where I've gone from, broke, nothing, dropout, whatever, insert sob story, villain arc here, right? And every time I read another book, the new book feeds back on the old book. And I can now make better sense of my original knowledge with the new knowledge I've acquired. And so really the thing about making money is acquiring knowledge and applying that knowledge, right? It's knowledge, strategy, and execution typically. But you can create these feedback loops, and you can do this with anything. So this is the same thing with money, right? So let's just say that instead of these being 40 books, this is like $10,000, for example, right? And then I'd have to extend the time frame out to when I'm like, 70 years old or something. But if you just invested $10,000 a year, it might not seem like a huge amount, but if you apply time and an exponent to that, you're going to make a lot of money, okay? And so this is the first thing to get. And the first thing to install into your paradigm to understand is that time is the most important thing. Because what you need to allow is for compounding to join your side, okay? And there's a quote from Warren Buffett that says that compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world. He who understands it earns it, he who does not pays it, okay? And that's a pretty good quote to summarize how this thing works, okay? We achieve this compounding effect through consistent action and repeating the same thing over and over again. And so this brings me to my second point on how to become a millionaire and how to actually achieve this. And that is focus. So in order for you to really build anything of value, and in order for you to do something and create something, we need to have time. But it's not just about having time, because I'm sure that maybe you've been trying to make money for a lot of time, but for whatever reason, like, you're not. And so time without focus is kind of just waste. And focus without time is waste. You kind of have to have both. And so what we can do is we can define focus as basically not distracted, okay? And really, like, what this is just avoiding shiny object syndrome. And what this is really just avoiding is pain. So let me explore this and I'll explain it to you. So I'm going to draw a diagram and it's going to basically explain this. And you're going to get it, okay? So over here, we have human number 1, right? And over here, let me just make sure you can see this, you can. Over here, we have human number 2 with an oddly long, terrifyingly long neck. Let's just maybe give him a little bit of an adjustment here so he doesn't look too unwell, right? So human 1 and human 2, they both have 2 things. As a human being, you have been given the gift of 2 things, right? You've been given energy and you've been given time, okay? Now, we've already talked about time, but the second one is energy. So near enough every human being has the same amount of energy, right? Now, you can maximize your potential energy, right? By sleeping better, eating cleanly, not drinking, not smoking, not taking drugs, and basically taking care of your health. Like, the better your health is, the more energy you have, which is why, if you have ever wondered why entrepreneurs want to take good care of their health, it's because, like, an entrepreneur can make a lot of money, but they can't make a lot of energy. And making money is about channeling your energy into something that has high leverage and high asymmetry, and I'll get into that shortly. I'm actually going to put that on my book here, because we'll talk about asymmetric leverage. And it's about taking your energy and channeling it into one place. So to give you a metaphor to explain the power of focus, right? Let's say that, you know, you have this, you're on a desert island, right? And I'll get into these boys in a second here. But you're on a desert island, this is a palm tree, believe it or not. This is the sea, and here you are, you know, and you're like, oh no, this is bad, I'm not gonna survive, right? But for some reason, there is a magnifying glass, like this is just a magnifying glass, right? On the floor. Now over here, we just draw it, you have the sun, right, blah, blah, blah. Now, focus is best demonstrated through this metaphor, because if you get a piece of glass and you try and you can use a magnifying glass to start a fire, right? And the way we do that is by concentrating what? The energy of the sun, right? So what you do is you get your firewood and you put it all together over here, you pick up the magnifying glass and you direct the energy of the sun through a tiny focal point on the magnifying glass onto the fire. And this is how you start a fire, with a magnifying glass, right? And this is a very strong metaphor to explain the power of focus, because the sun has this unbelievable level of potential energy that it can give you. But if it's channeled and focused into one specific small area, you can put all of its energy into that area and, you know, basically manifest like fire, you know, which is pretty cool. But on the other side, if you didn't have the magnifying glass and you just had like a big mirror and you kept shaking the mirror around to try and like get all the energy onto the floor, it's not going to work. And so what we want to do is we want to ask ourselves, like, this is a magnifying glass, just for argument's sake, what is your magnifying glass, right? What is this thing that you can use to basically put all your energy into one focal point to create a fire? Or, you know, I'm denoting like a fire as value, right? But you need to have a magnifying glass. You need to have a focal point where you can channel all of this abundant energy that God or whoever you believe in, or whatever you believe in, or maybe you don't believe in anything, but you've got energy, right? You've been given energy. You have been given calorific potential, you know, to convert into glucose and glycogen and sugar, and basically, you know, take physical, you know, literally move your arms and your fingers on your keyboard and think. You've been given energy to do those things. And everyone has energy, but not everyone has the ability to focus it through a channel or a point, okay? So on a desert island, what is one of the best things you can have? It's a magnifying glass, right? You could argue there's a knife, might be more important. But if you want to start a fire, having a magnifying glass makes sense. And so what we can imagine here is that the millionaire thing represents the fire being lit, and the magnifying glass represents focus, okay? So let me explain this, right? So here we go. Okay, so we've got person 1, person 2, and they both have 100 units of energy, right? This is obviously an arbitrary number, but let's say they each have 100 units of energy. Now, person 1, this is basically their magnifying glass, right? This is their focus. This is their energy, right? This is their pool of energy that they can get things from and basically use to make money. Person 1 decides to start a social media marketing agency. They also decide to start a podcast. They also decide that they want to do affiliate marketing. And then they also think, I'm also going to try and like build an Instagram page as well, right? And so they go in all these, so they want, in terms of making money, they believe this ridiculous, stupid, dumb lie that millionaires have 7 sources of income, which is just a complete, total lie, by the way. I know a lot of millionaires and they typically just have 1 source of income or maybe 2, right? Because the people that really make the money just focus on one thing. So people go out into the world thinking, oh, to be a millionaire, I need to have 7 sources of income. So I'll do property investing and Instagram. One thing is way better, and I'm going to explain why. So they want to start 1, 2, 3, 4 businesses. And then on top of that, you know, they also decide that they want to compete in a bodybuilding competition. So this is the 5th point of focus.
Then they also decide that they're going to learn day game and go pick up girls in the mall or whatever people seem to do these days. Then they also decide that in addition to starting these 4 businesses, trying to pick up girls and like being a bodybuilder, they also want to learn how to paint. And then on top of that, they have Duolingo and they're trying to learn French and also Russian, right? So this is like, this is a problem because let's just have one more so it's nice and neat and tidy. And then let's say on top of this, they also want to, they want a blog. Let's just say they're going to blog the whole thing, right? And this is how most people think, right? And so what this means is, this is arbitrary, right? But essentially they have 100 units of energy, right? To basically, like, this is all you have. All you have is energy, right? And time. And so, 10% of your energy is going in this direction to the first business. 10% is going here, another 10% here, right? 10%, another 10% here, 10% here, 10% here, 10% here. And what's happening is, like, your energy is going in 10 different directions. And this is the equivalent of being on a desert island, trying to start a fire with a big mirror, just shimmying it around, trying to get as much energy from the sun as possible onto the ground, right? It's just, you're only going to start the fire through focus, right? And so this is how most people live their lives, where they've got like 100 different things they're trying to do. Like, they're trying to blog, they're trying to like learn languages, and they're also trying to learn like an instrument, and then they also they're on self-improvement, and then they're also doing like all this, and now they've got like 2 different businesses they're starting, and then their friend's doing this thing, so they're going to get in on this as well, and now they're going to train for an Ironman. Like, it's just chaos, right? But the people that are intelligent, I don't want to use the word intelligent because it kind of insults a lot of people, but the people that get it, this is how their life looks, right? They have their energy, right? And this is their potential, because it's all you got is your energy, right? And what these people do is they just have one thing, right? And so what this allows them to do is, where we've got 10 different directions here, we're making an inch of progress in 10 different directions, right? What we can do is, if we take all of this energy and we can just, if I just draw this here, we can put it all into one direction, right? And so this is how people become successful, right? I'm going to draw even further just so you understand that, right? Is you take all of your energy and you put 100 units of your energy into one thing. Now, let me give you an example. In 2022, I embarked on a mission to build a product called Easy Grow for my clients, okay? And it took me 9 months. And I knew that in order for my business to get to multi-8 figures, which is currently my goal, like multi-8 figures a year, like 20, 30 mil a year, I have to have the best product in the game. And not just the best product in the game, but the best product in the game by anyone's imagination. Like, to the point where nobody else can build something as good as it, right? And so for 9 months of my life, all I did, and this is not even a joke, and I'm going to explain what I sacrificed in a second. All I did for 9 months was put every single unit of energy I had into my product. And that was all I did. I stopped going to the gym, I stopped meditating, I stopped reading, my relationship fell apart, I lost a ton of friends, my health went to tatters. Basically everything that I was focusing on went down the drain. And all I did for 9 months, I had a full-on 3-trimester gestation period with this thing, was focus on building my product. And I've done it, right? And obviously now I'm healthy again, and I'm a little bit more balanced, for lack of better words. But this is kind of what, if you want to build something that nobody else can beat, but this is kind of what you have to do. This is a sacrifice you make, right? And so, person 2 here, if they're clever, what they'll do is they'll take their 100 units of energy and they'll just put it into one thing. And so, it can be fair to say that maybe you don't just have one thing, because that's not healthy. But I can tell you from experience, that's spending 9 months like locked in a room, like literally just working and not talking to anyone, not going anywhere, not doing anything, not even like seeing family members on birthdays or like going out for dinner with your girlfriend. Like just, I purely, literally mean every waking moment of your day is dedicated towards work. And do not do it. Well, you can if you want. It is a pretty effective method to building something great. But I would not recommend it. So what you might want to do is, put 80 units of energy, into your business, and then maybe you're going to put 20 into, building, like being a bodybuilder or something. But the thing is like, whenever you add something to your life, whether it's a relationship or bodybuilding or reading or anything like that, well, to be fair, reading kind of contributes to this if you're reading around the problems in the business, so it doesn't really matter. But anytime you add something, whether it's a hobby or another goal, what you're doing is you're taking away from the business. And so you need to start looking at your energy in a transactional manner. And what I mean by that is, if we imagine here, right, we just get rid of this. If we imagine here that you've been given 100 units of energy, right, you cannot get more, right? You can optimize your energy, and that's very wonky. Let me just redraw that. You can optimize your energy by like sleeping properly, eating properly, and not doing stupid stuff, right? Taking care of your body, basically. But every time, this is a finite pool this is a finite resource, and every time you add something to your life, you spend this resource. It's like money. If you've only got $100 in your account, and you go and you eat lunch, and it costs $20, now you've only got $80, right? Obviously you can replenish that, but you get the point. And so every time, let's say let's say you want to learn a language, right? Well, that's probably minus 10 units, right? Then let's say, oh, I also want to learn Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, right? Because that looks cool. Okay, well, if you're training 3 days a week and you're watching YouTube videos and stuff now, maybe that's minus 12 units, right? And then let's say in addition to that, you also want to, I don't know, what could be another example here? Let's say, what do people do these days? Let's say you want to be an influencer. You also want to be Instagram famous, right? And so you're on Instagram, you're trying to build a following and create content, right? And that's a big one because that's going to take a lot of your time because it's tied to your narcissism. And so, that's 20 units. So just by doing these three things, we've taken, 42 units of energy away from what we need to do. And what this means is we can only have 58 units left to focus on the business. But this is just 4 things, because now if you add a relationship, right? If you add a relationship, if you add I don't know, another sport as well, and then if you add YouTube, just watching stuff, and then if you also add a film, a movie, or a series, you get the point. Now, I'm not telling you what you should and shouldn't do. I think a good relationship is one of the healthiest and most meaningful things that you can ever have, ever. So I'm not saying you shouldn't have a relationship. I'm just telling you that when you add something to your life, it is at the cost of something else. And that cost is going to be your goal. Because if you're not willing to make sacrifices for your goal will become the sacrifice, okay? So if you really want to be a millionaire, and that's truly, honestly what you desire, you have to get rid of a lot of things. Now, I'm not saying you have to break up with your girlfriend or stop taking care of your health, or, if you're really passionate about gardening, I don't care. But my point is that when you add something, you take it away from something else. For example, if you have an Xbox and you play Call of Duty, that's a time sink. That's energy going into something that isn't productive or working towards your goal, right? So that's kind of how that works. So you have to be extremely careful with your energy. You have to guard it with your life, because if you don't, it's kind of death by 1,000 cuts. There's going to be so many different things that come and get you. I can give you an example for me personally. So I moved to Dubai about 3 months ago, and the problem with Dubai as an entrepreneur is there's a lot of entrepreneurs here, right? Which a lot of people think is a good thing. And it is to a degree. But the problem is that you get invited to stuff all the time. Now that's not a virtue signal. Look at how many friends I have. I'm saying that dinners, parties, people are always like, because it's quite Dubai is a beautiful place, I love it here, but it can be quite isolated and lonely if you're an entrepreneur, right? And so, you know, you've got invitations and everything all the time to different dinners and events and yacht parties and this, that, and the other. And if you're not careful, you know, you've got your 100 units here, you can add socialite, right? Socialite to the thing. And that can take like 25 units away. If you're not careful, you're going to dinners like 2 times a week. And I'm not saying you shouldn't have friends, but I'm just saying that, like, be very careful with guarding your energy and your time. And the way to guard your energy and your time, and this is a millionaire's favorite word, right? A millionaire's favorite word is the word no. No will make you more money than any other word ever, right? Being able to turn things down and being able to say no to things is the most important thing a millionaire or a person can do. Because the way you want to do this, okay, this is how you want to do it, is you want to define your goal, like so, right? And you have your current situation, right? You have where you are right now, and you have your goal, right? And you know, this should be what is known in thinking as your Polaris star, right? This is the thing that you focus on, this is the thing that you get up for in the morning. And between where you are right now and your goal is a straight line, okay? And what's going to happen is, as you try to walk along this line, you know, this is what it should look like. But as you try to walk along the line, you're going to get sidetracked. So this is like, for example, anyone that's ever played Skyrim, right? Or any open world game, where if you're playing Skyrim, for example, or a game with quests, or like an open world game, there's a main quest line, right? And then there's loads of side quest lines, and with the side quest lines, there's other side quest lines, and within those quest lines, there's other quest lines, right? And so maybe your goal is just to basically finish the main quest, which for you right now is becoming a millionaire, right? That's the main thing you're trying to do, and that's your goal, right? But the problem is you start, and you begin on the right track, and then you get sidelined. You get sidetracked by a shiny object, or something that you don't need to add, or something that you just simply like don't need, and you get sidetracked. And then you go over here, and then over here, and then before you know it, like your life is just something completely different. And you get nowhere near your goal, you get all the way over here to something completely different that doesn't add value or make you happy, right? And so what you're looking to do here, when you're trying to make money, like, or trying to, you know, complete a game, is just stay focused on the goal. And every day you need to wake up and you need to say no to everything that isn't your goal, okay? And so, you know, my path to success and my path to becoming a multi-millionaire by 25, it kind of looked like this. Like, I would sort of go off track a little bit, and then I come back on track a little bit, and go off, and then come back, and then off a little bit, and back. But the main thing is that I always caught it and brought it back. So, you know, at this point, when I was 17, or, you know, and I started like getting back into Xbox and stuff instead of reading, I was like, nope, back to it, focus, right? What's the goal? Remind yourself every day. And then at this point, when I get to like 19, I go to university, and then like 4 months into university, I was going to do business, and I was like, this isn't really going to help me achieve my goal. So 4 months goes by, and then I drop out. That's a little tangent, right? I'm sort of going off the path on what needs to be done, and I'm not focusing on the goal. And so, you know, I'm partying, doing all this stupid stuff, and I'm going to uni. So then I drop out and I get back to it. And then over here could be, this is, for example, when I went interrailing, when I was in like, I think this was within 2017. Yeah, when I was like, once again, like 19, 20 probably. And I went interrailing for like 3 months. And then I started doing the laptop lifestyle, and I was in like Europe, and then I was like, I'm gonna go to Thailand, and I'm gonna go to Bali, and I'm gonna like, you know, I'm just gonna live and like take my laptop and make a few $1,000s a month and just like sit on the beach and drink Mai Tais and just like go and like explore the world. And then I did that, and this got me for a long time. This is a fair portion, a small portion of my life. And then I sort of got to this point, and I was like, what the hell am I doing? What's my goal? My goal is to build $1 billion company, which is basically what I'm trying to do right now, right? And so my goal is to become a billionaire. And like, this has always been my goal from the very beginning, right? I was start with millionaire, but it's always been billionaire, right? And so, you know, I got to this point, and I was like, whoa, what am I doing? So I had to bring it all the way back, move back home, get back into my office, and just get back to work, right? And then
Another one. And then I recently, over here, for example, might be when I moved to Dubai and I started going to all these expensive dinners and all of these dates and all of this, like the drinking and the parties and like yachts and all this, basically, which, don't get me wrong, it's fun and I've got a lot of great friends here, and I love them all to bits and pieces, but they will understand when I say no, because I have to bring it back to the goal and the focus. And so your job, your primary job, if you're on the road to becoming a millionaire, is trying to just keep a straight line, right? Focusing on the goal and the one thing. So this brings me to another point, because this is still, I talk about focus for hours. It's a big topic to focus on, right? Pun not intended, right? But shiny object syndrome, right? So now we can actually get into the meat of this thing. A shiny object is essentially anything that isn't what you're working on. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to apply focus over time. Well, actually, no, I know what it is. It's, the equation for success looks like this. It's focus times energy over time, okay? Because what we're trying to do here is, if we're asking ourselves, like, what are we focusing? Like, what is this thing that we're focusing? Well, it's our energy. Remember what I showed you with the diagram just going in one direction, right? You know, or just traveling in one direction here, where you take all your units of energy and put them into one thing. And instead of making an inch of progress in 10 different directions, you make 10 inches of progress in one direction. And that's like, success is about depth. Success is about longevity and depth of understanding from it, right? And so what we're trying to do here is focus times energy over time. And time's the big one, remember, time's the variable that we have to begin with and we have to sort of end with, because like without time, it doesn't really matter. Because when we apply time, we apply what we call a little exponent here, where this equation becomes infinitely more valuable and infinitely more exponential as time basically elapses through it, if that makes sense. And so what this is about is it's about choice. And so what do I mean by choice? Well, in order for you to become a millionaire, you have to have a vehicle. And a vehicle is essentially a business model, right? So your choices, you know, you've got all these choices. You can go SMMA, right? You can go consulting, you can go real estate, you know, you can go real estate, you can go crypto, you can go Amazon FBA, you can go affiliate, right? You can go automation agency. You can, I mean, there's all of these different things. You could, I don't know, you could be I don't know, what other businesses are there? There's so many online businesses that you can start. You can be a YouTuber, you can be an influencer, right? There's all these different businesses that you can start, right? Tons of them. And the thing is that inside of each business, there's other choices to make, right? So I can give you an example. So let's say that out of all of these options, you decide to pick SMMA, right? And that's what you decide to choose, is social media marketing agency, right? So, well, that's the first thing, is you've narrowed down your focus. So you've basically now got a magnifying glass, right? Which is SMMA. So let's say that, you know, if this here is the handle and this is the magnifying glass that looks like Stewie Griffin's had a stroke, but let's say this is the magnifying glass, right? And this is SMMA. So now you've got something to focus on, right? And I should have, you can kind of get the point. It's a magnifying glass, you can see it up there, right? But now you've got something to focus on. I'm going to redraw this so you can actually see it. Okay, so the sun here, the sun here, this represents your energy, right? And what you've done is you've got a magnifying glass here. Let's just pretend this is a magnifying glass, and this is SMMA. And so what you can now do is you can take your energy, this abundant, you know, finite but abundant resource, and you can channel it through SMMA to essentially, you know, create value, right? This is money or fire, whatever metaphor you want to use, right? But here's the thing, is just picking SMMA is not enough. Because inside of SMA, right, now you've got another choice to make. Because now you need to pick a niche. And there are hundreds of niches that you can pick from. But once again, it becomes about like filtering your focus even further, right? And so, you know, you could go into real estate, you could go into roofing, you know, you could go into e-com, you could go into solar, you could go into like, there's all these hundreds of niches that you can pick from. But you've got to pick one because once again, it's the same equation, right? If we come over here and we have the sun, which is your energy, and we have magnifying glass number 1, which is SMA, and we're channeling the energy through that magnifying glass to, you know, create a focal point of value. And then inside of SMA, we need another magnifying glass for your niche, right? So which niche you pick, so you can channel the attention energy once again. And then inside of the niche, you need to pick which service, right, you're going to offer. Because once you've selected your niche, it's the same premise. It's like, okay, well, do I want to do Facebook ads or Google ads or database reactivation or SMS, or do I want to build like automations for them, or do I want to build websites, or do I want to build apps? Like, there's so many things you can do, right? And so once again, it's about picking one service and channeling it through, and only once you've lined all of these magnifying glasses up do you create value. Because the best thing about picking these magnifying glasses and these points of focus is you're going to beat everyone. Because it's a very simple equation. If you are in, there's two people here, right? Person 1 and person 2. If person 1 has one niche and person 2 has two niches, right? Who do you think is going to win? Well, it's very obvious. Because person 1 can put all of their units of energy in and to go super, super deep and valuable on, you can't really see that, but you get the point. Person 1 can go super deep and valuable on just one thing, but person 2 can only go halfway in each direction. So let's say that person 2 over here picks e-commerce and roofing, and person 1 just picks roofing, right? Well, let me read all this because this was better explanation. Okay, right? Here we go. So you've got 3 people. 1, 2, and 3. Right? 1, 2, 3. Person 1, they go into the e-com niche. Person 2, they go into the real estate niche. And person 3, they decide that they want to go into the real estate and the e-commerce niche. They go into 2 niches, right? So they go into e-com and they go into real estate, right? Now, who do you think is going to lose? Well, I can tell you now it's going to be person 3. But why? Because you might be saying, but Charlie, this person has 2 niches, which means the market is twice the size, which means there's more customers, and it should be easier for them to grow because there's more people. Wrong. Person 1, they go into e-com, and they take all of their energy and channel 100 units into e-com to build what we would call depth. Person 2, they go into real estate, right? And once again, they take all their energy and put it into one niche, 100 units of energy goes into there, and they get depth. Person 3, however, they go into e-com and real estate, and now they can only put, really, if you think about it, like maybe 50 units here and 50 units here, right? And so the thing is like person number 3 is going to get wiped out by person number 1 and 2. Because if you were a real estate agency, or if you were a real estate agent or an e-commerce business, would you rather work with the person who only works with you or works with you and someone else? And so you get to see the point here. You want to just focus. One thing for a long time, build a huge depth of understanding. And this is why my company, Imperium Acquisition, has been so successful. And this is why we can make north of $800,000 to $1 million, $800,000 to $1 million a month in cash because we just focus on one thing. We now help coaches and consultants as well, but that's because we sort of grew to the size we could inside of the agency owner market. So you can have multiple niches, but only once you've outgrown the market. And that takes like 5 years, right? So I wouldn't recommend starting with it, okay? So that's the point of focus, right? It's being able to define one thing and channel your energy through one point of focal attention to essentially build value. And by doing that and elongating that pattern of behavior over an extended period of time is what allows us to create value and create competitive advantage. And essentially that's the easiest and fastest way to becoming a millionaire. It's not about like the shiny objects. It's about sticking with one thing. And so once you pick your thing, once you pick your vehicle, your niche, your service, whatever it is, it's about sticking with it. And this is what people don't understand. Because if you pick something, let's say you pick SMMA, right, over here, and let's say we know there's a 7-year time horizon, right, towards becoming successful in this space, right? There's all these options. You've got SMMA, you could go into e-commerce, you could be an influencer. Let's just say these are the 3 things, right? Right? There's obviously more, but you know, whatever. So it takes 7 years to become a millionaire here. It also takes 7 years and 7 years to become a millionaire here and here, right? The problem is, every time you switch vehicle or model, you go back to square one. And so the easiest metaphor is this, right? Let's say that this is a road, and on the road you have a car, right? And this is the car. Yeah, look at that. We'll get some downpipes on there, we'll decat them. You know, yeah, look at this. We'll get a little windscreen going on. All right, let's just imagine, for the sake of everyone's sanity, but that is a car, right? Get a little Mercedes logo on the object, right? So this is your business, right? Sorry to hear that, but just imagine this is a car, right? And what's gonna happen is you're gonna get in this car and you're gonna drive down the road of success, for lack of a better cliche that makes me wanna throw up in my mouth, right? But here's the thing, is every time like the going gets tough, you're gonna blame the car. So you're gonna start driving this thing down this road and you're gonna get like a quarter of the way and like the car's gonna like have a flat tire, or the engine's gonna fail, or the clutch is gonna burn out, or like the downpipes are too loud, or it's whatever, you know, the car's always going to have problems. And you are always going to be tempted to scrap this car and get a new one and start and continue your journey with a new car. But the problem with that is that when you buy a new car to start the journey again, you have to go back all the way to square one. So let's say that, you know, this car arrives here, and then you get 2 flat tires and you think, oh, this thing, I just knew this wasn't gonna work. I knew this wasn't the car. I'm gonna go and get another one. And then, you know, you go and you buy the second car, but you have to go all the way back to buy the second one, and you start again. And then you get halfway through the journey and something goes wrong with the car, and so you start again. And then you get another 2/3 of the way through the journey and something goes wrong with the new car, so you go back and you start again. And this is what people do. And this is the biggest trap that people fall into. When the going gets tough, and when things don't work out, and when someone gets a couple of months, a year, a couple of years into the business, and they're not seeing the results they want to see that quickly, and their expectations, well, the reality is not meeting their expectations in terms of what they're making, they just basically change the model. They switch the business. So they'll go from SMMA to real estate, or they'll go from real estate to e-com, or they'll go from e-com to affiliates. And the problem is you never really build any depth, you never really build any value, because what is the thing about money? It's time. And it's doing one thing for 7 years. So results are guaranteed, speed is not. And the easiest way to stay poor and to not become a millionaire is to constantly change the vehicle that you're using to drive. Because every time you change this, you get sent straight back to the starting line, and now you can't transfer your understanding from the previous business because it's probably very different. And this is the same thing with any magnifying glass that you use. If you have an SMMA, an agency, and you pick real estate, and you get 2 months in and you decide to switch, you've just wasted 2 months. Stick with the thing. If there is somebody else in the space who's making, or if the vehicle that you're currently in has already made someone else a millionaire, then it is possible that you can make it work as well. And I see this all the time where people hop into a vehicle, they'll hop into agency space or consulting or whatever, and they'll try it for 6 months, and then they'll say, oh, it doesn't work. It didn't work. No. The human didn't work, right? The vehicle, like with marketing agencies, for example, there are thousands, tens of thousands of successful marketing agencies on the planet. Tens of thousands of millionaires have been created through the agency space. So if you get into it and it doesn't work, it's not because of the agency model, it's because of you. You are the problem. You are the common denominator between all your suffering, right? And so don't ever blame the vehicle for why you're not where you want to be. Don't ever blame the niche. Don't ever blame the market. Don't ever blame the competition. Blame yourself. And this is kind of what it all comes back to. If you want to make money and you want to actually have a successful life and be happy, you know, like, it's just about responsibility. It's about not pointing the finger at your niche or your, you know, your business and saying, oh, I knew affiliate marketing wasn't going to work. Well, if affiliate marketing didn't work, there wouldn't be millionaires that have become millionaires through affiliate marketing. You just haven't had the patience, the skill, or the character to solve the problems that you're facing. And that's basically why you're not successful. It's not the business, it's you. And so maybe you've done this before, maybe you have been in a vehicle and, you know, you switched it out or whatever, but you gotta watch out for this one, man, okay? You gotta watch out for it, because pick one thing and do it for 7 years. And I promise if you do that, you will become a millionaire. But when you want it to happen fast, and when you're expecting it to happen quickly, what's gonna happen is, if your expectations are out of line with reality, what's gonna happen is you're going to want to change and quit and fail and try and find a shinier, less painful way to do it. And I can leave you with this. Becoming a millionaire is about pain. It's about sitting in a room for 5 to 7 years, for half a decade, for a very large portion of your young adult life, and sitting in nothing but pure mental suffering. It's about consistency. It's about focus. It's about waking up, figuring out what needs to be done and doing it, and figuring out what you need to work on and just working on that. It's not about, like, everything that you see online about money and making money is all BS. It's not traveling to Thailand and, you know, laptop lifestyle this. It's not about skydiving. It's not about girls or boys or whatever the hell you're into. It's not about cars. It's not about mansions. It's not about yachts. It's not about private jets. It's not about going on Fresh and Fit and telling women how ugly they are. It's about pain. The real people who make money, and the real people that you should be looking up to right now, they're not on a yacht. They're not vlogging their insane lifestyle. They're not in Rolex buying a new watch. They're not, you know, dancing with models on a yacht. They are sat at a desk in a chair, focused, and they're in pain. And that's how you become a millionaire. Do not fall prey to your projections of what you want it to be. It's about suffering for near enough a decade, and then you'll make it. And I can tell you from experience that being a millionaire is pretty damn cool. Having the financial freedom to buy not anything you want, I can't go and buy a yacht, for example, but having the financial freedom to not even like worry about money ever is wonderful. Being able to go where you want, when you want, with who you want, however you want, the freedom, the control, it's a phenomenal feeling. It's wonderful. And it's well worth the suffering, I can tell you that. Because you sacrifice 5 to 7 years of your life to basically live, you know, 60, 70 years in pure bliss. Like, it seems like a pretty good trade-off to me. So the more pain you're in, the more suffering you go through, the more successful you're going to be. There is a direct correlation relationship between suffering and success. And that about summarizes the points I wanted to make in this video. So if you enjoyed it, you can subscribe. You can like it if you liked it. In the description of this video, there will be a link to a funnel. It's a video of me trying to sell you something for full transparency. If you are an agency owner or a coach or a consultant and you need help getting more clients, my company, Imperium Acquisition, can solve that problem for you. I personally don't give two hoots if you click the link or not. Okay, it's entirely up to you. Maybe you don't like me, I don't care. But the point is that it's there. Check it out if you want, it's fine, whatever. But I hope you found this video valuable. It might be one that you have to rewatch every month just to keep yourself sane. But I enjoyed making it, and I'll see you next week. Have a good day, bye.
You know how it's almost like there's two sides of you. One that builds and grows and develops and is confident and is capable and wants to work and grow. And 1 minute, you know, this part of you is existing. You're meditating, you're on self-improvement, you're reading, you're working, you're doing things that you need to do to achieve your goals. But there's another side of you, a part of you that destroys, where it's the polar opposite to the other side, where you're breaking things down, you're going to bed late, you're going to stupid websites that you shouldn't, you're playing video games, you're not exercising, you're not taking care of yourself, and it's bad. There's like an angel and a devil on your shoulder, and 1 week or 1 month, the angel will be on your shoulder, and this part of you will take over, and you'll feel really confident about your ability to achieve your goals, and you'll be working really hard, and you'll be focused, and you'll be locked in, and you'll be saying no to distractions, and you'll just be, you know, you'll be like a monk, disciplined, proper, how you should be. But after a couple of weeks or a month of that, you either burn yourself out or you stop feeling that emotion to grow, and you essentially just start to break yourself down, and you end up in a rut, and you end up angry, and you're eating bad foods, you're not doing things that you should be doing, and you seem to just jump from one extreme to the other. The chances are is that this is happening to you, right? You're going through a cycle, or you're living out a pattern in your life where you go up and you go down, and your behavioral manifestations of your psychology seem to be very unpredictable, and you swear to yourself every time you come out of a rut that will be the last time. You tell yourself, I'm never going to do this again, or I'm never going to go back there. And then miraculously 2 weeks later, after 2 weeks of confidence, the doubt creeps back in, and you go from feeling extremely confident and happy to extremely doubtful. You're borderline like depressed, you have self-hatred. Well, fortunately enough for you, I've been through this for a long time. And I figured out how to completely solve this and break the cycle. This video will change your life. This is that YouTube video that you've been looking for. The one that you miraculously stumble upon and you watch. And if you finish this and you watch it and you understand it until the end, I'm going to completely blow your mind. And I'm going to completely change your perception on not only yourself and your behavior, but the entire way the world works. And this is genuinely the key and the secret to truly getting what you want out of life and becoming successful and achieving the goals that you want to achieve. And that's not just some dodgy YouTube retention strategy like watch to the end because you're going to get value. This changed my life. This took me from a basically broke, lazy, addicted, useless, apathetic 18-year-old kid who didn't really have much going for him and was just angry at the world and got rejected by girls all the time and just played video games and, just drank and didn't do anything useful for the world, all the way into someone now who is 25 years old and has built an 8-figure business, has his dream life, and is happy and content. And, the difference between those people is night and day. And I can sort of show you, right? This is where I live. If you've been watching my past few videos, like I'm aware that if you're going to watch someone talk about how to change your life on YouTube, it's it's nice to know that they've actually got some level of authority. So believe me, I take no pleasure in flexing on you, but this is where I live. I have a beautiful house on the Palm in Dubai. It's a pretty big house. Don't know if you can see this here. Ta-da! But you know, I moved here a few months ago. I have my dream car. I have my dream watch, which is a $30 Casio. But all jokes aside, like, you know, I think that blatant displays of wealth are quite pathetic, and I think that, like, I know that I need to earn your trust through authority. So that's my pathetic attempt at doing that, right? You know, your argument could be, well, if he's a millionaire and he can afford to live on the Palm, why can't he afford a new hairline? But the truth is that I'm scared of Turkish doctors. But anyway, let's actually get into this. So I've drawn a little diagram for you. And this is going to be a deep, dark, dangerous video. It's going to tell you some truths that are going to open your eyes, and if you're not prepared to go on a journey of discomfort with me, then I would suggest you click away now. This is not for the faint-hearted. This is not a casual self-improvement watch. I'm not going to tell you to, you know, pull yourself up by the bootstraps and go to bed on time and, you know, stop texting girls. This is not, none of that. All of those trite things that you already know to do, like, you know, oh, like fasting and all this. It's not about any of that. It's about something severely deep and terrifying. And I'm going to explain it to you. I don't know how long it's going to take. Maybe a couple of hours. So let's hope that I can maintain my train of thought and explain. So we're going to start with the diagnosis, right? What I've done here, I'm actually quite proud of this drawing, because if any of you have watched my videos before, you know that I can't really draw. I know that this doesn't require too much artistic prowess, but you get the point. So you are essentially, as an entrepreneur or anyone trying to achieve anything, you know, if you have a goal and you want to achieve something, if you're not like a normal person, and by that I mean you don't want to go to the 9 to 5, you don't want to have that nuclear family and a mortgage. You want something different. You want to be different. You want to grow. You want to develop. You're terrified of mediocrity and being average, and the thought of settling down, you know, with a job that you're not too sure of for the next 40 years terrifies you, right? And that's fair enough. So if you want to escape that and you want to build a company, you want to grow, well, you are, my friend, at war, right? There is an enemy. There is someone or something that you have to defeat in order to accomplish that which you wish to accomplish, right? And the enemy is you. I kind of explained this earlier. There's two sides to yourself. One, confident, powerful, developing, growing, action-based. The other one, doubtful, weak, lazy, apathetic, angry, doesn't want to work, hates the idea of progress, right? And what happens is you can start to map your behavior and the way in which reality manifests to you on a simple graph. And this is essentially called an oscillation, right? It's a wavelength, but we're just going to call this an oscillation of behavior, okay? And what your life looks like and how your life is currently happening is you basically build yourself up to a peak, right? Where you get to a point here, right? Where you feel pretty good. You know, you spend a couple of weeks or a month or 2 months or even a couple of days, and up here you have loads of positive E. Positive E means positive emotion, right? Here you're proud, you're happy, you're confident, you're on top of the world, you're crushing it, right? And what starts to happen is you sit at this peak for a short period of time, right? Because obviously the main, you know, the thing down the bottom here is time, because our behavior is tracked over, you know, the variable of time. And so, you know, for a short period of time here, you sit in positive emotion. Now, if you could be this person in this state for your entire life, you would achieve your goals easily, right? You know that side of you that knows what to do, and you're working and you're concentrating and you're focused and you remove all distractions. If you could just be that person forever, then you'd have exactly what you wanted. So the question is, well, if you're this person and you start feeling great and happy and proud and you're making progress and you're genuinely moving towards your goal, then why do we have this like cliff? Why does it happen? Well, it's going to get deep. But what happens is you go from feeling great about yourself to feeling terrible about yourself. You know, this here represents growth and building and working and working. And then this here, you just stop working, you actually start destroying. So what you're doing here is you're creating and you're building. And it's almost as if, sadistically, you create it just to destroy it. And you come down here to a point where you have negative E, which is negative emotion, right? These are the emotions that don't feel very pleasant. They register neurologically as bad and painful. We have self-hatred, we have anger, we have guilt, we have shame, we have apathy, we have like just these negative low frequency emotions that make you feel pretty bad about yourself, right? And this can happen in a very short period of time, as I'm sure you're aware. You can go from being on top of the world, at the tip top of heaven in your mind, to the very depths of hell at which you despise. And this can happen in a day, this can happen in half a day, it can happen over the course of a week. It's usually gradual. You know what it's like where you go and you start working and then suddenly you sort of let one thing slip, like, oh, I'm just not going to go to the gym today because I'm feeling a little tired, or, oh, like, you know, I made 50 cold calls yesterday, so I'll only do 25 today, or I'll let myself off because I've done pretty well coming up to now, and the cracks start to show and your discipline starts to waver, and before you know it, you're here. But what happens is you get to here, and you get to the bottom, and you feel all this negative emotion, and you've built it, and now it's destroyed, you know? But for some reason, by some miracle, all of this negative emotion is channeled back into your work. And so from the ashes, you rise. You get to this point here, you hit a low, and then you start to regulate yourself. You get to this point, and you start to regulate yourself back up. And suddenly, it's about, no, I'm confident, and I am feeling good, and I can be disciplined. And then, you know, a few days goes by, and before you know it, or a few weeks, or a few months, or whatever time horizon that you track your behavior over, then you're back on top of the world. And, you know, all the positive emotions about it. You're building, you're feeling confident, you're feeling determined, you've got this drive, you've got this motivation, all these positive emotions are pushing you forward. And you do it all over again. You get to the peak, and then suddenly you start slipping, and then bang, a couple of weeks, couple of months, couple of days later, a couple of hours, sometimes you're back here and you feel the doubt. And so what's really happening here, right, is we are oscillating, our behavior and like our actual like physical actions are oscillating. But really what we're oscillating between are really two emotional states, I would say, right? The first one is confidence, right? And the second one is doubt. So you seem to be sort of, you know, between these two states, where 1 minute you feel like you can do it and what you want to achieve is actually accomplishable and, oh my God, this is actually going to happen, I can see it, you're doing affirmations, whatever. But then the next minute, it's 3 in the morning, you're still awake, and you're just sat there crippled with fear and doubt as to whether or not this is going to work, right? So what I'm going to tell you is that this graph, in order for us to break this cycle and like actually surpass this and transcend it, which is entirely possible, by the way, I'm going to tell you how, and your life won't be the same. I cannot over-exaggerate like the amount of importance this holds right now in your life if you resonate with this, right? But in order to break this, we first need to understand it, right? So what you might have noticed here is that we have this sort of dotted blue line, right? And you might be asking yourself, well, what does this dotted blue line, you know, represent? Well, this blue line that we have in the middle here represents the average state at which your behavior is manifesting, or the average result that you achieve in your life. It's the average state, effectively, right? And so what I mean by this is if you mapped your behavior over a 90-day, 180-day, 365-day time horizon, we would be able to establish an average, right? So let's start getting actually like, let's get specific on these behaviors, because this graph can exist in so many different forms. This isn't just like a macro explainer of your entire emotional state or behavioral being. This thing manifests everywhere. So this will manifest to the amount of money that you have in your bank account, to how healthy you are, to the state of your office or the state of your, like, you know, the state of your bedroom, to how well you treat your friends, to how extroverted you are, to how introverted you are, like how clean your email inbox is. Like this, you have this everywhere. And essentially what this is it's like an internal thermometer of behavior, right? So in biology, right, in human biology, our bodies are capable of performing something called homeostasis. And homeostasis is essentially, if you're familiar with it, you kind of should be, it's pretty responsible for keeping you alive. But homeostasis is the system in our body that is responsible for temperature regulation and control. And so if we get too cold, then our body will start to do things to warm us up. And if we get too hot, then our body will do things to start cooling us down. So, you know, if you get too cold and you're freezing, then your body will start to shiver and the blood will start to circulate in different ways. I don't know how it works, for most of you. And then that will bring your body temperature up. But if you're way too hot, then you'll start to sweat and, you know, things happen to your blood and your organs and stuff like that. And then your body temperature decreases, right? And so it's important for the body to have this thermometer, right? Because, you know, the average body temperature is 37 degrees. And that's the temperature at which enzymes can catalyze substrates, and you know, that's the temperature at which proteins aren't denaturing in the body and stuff. So it's kind of important that the body maintains its average, because newsflash, if you don't, you die. You know how hard your body will fight being too hot with a fever? It's not pleasant, right? And it's because it knows if it doesn't, you're gonna die. So the point here is you can use this to explain ups and downs, right? So too hot, too cold, but it's not physical in the body. This is also psychological. So too confident, too doubtful. You know, too happy, too sad. What are some other too laid back, too disciplined. Oh, sorry, too disciplined, too lazy. Right? You have this thermostat essentially, this air conditioning of your emotions, right? And there's a gauge inside of your being or consciousness or psyche that regulates your emotional state and doesn't let you go too far in one direction. And so the first thing to understand about this graph is it serves a purpose of maintenance. It doesn't want you to go to too much of an extreme. And the thing about extremes emotionally is that any behavioral thing or any emotion taken to its extreme will naturally become its opposite. It's paradoxical. So if you think about it, extreme discipline, and I'm talking discipline on a level that's sustained and extreme, all you do is you're super disciplined. Well, extreme discipline will become extreme laziness through burnout, right? And extreme laziness can not always become extreme discipline, but for me it would, because I won't tolerate it, right? So let's get to understanding this. So the first thing you need to know is that you can map this. Let's just map this in terms of your finances, right? So I'm actually going to just remove these bits here because they're going to get in the way of my diagrams. Okay. Just want this to be nice and clean though. All right. So I think that is a pretty good introduction to this graph. And now let's actually start getting somewhat specific with this thing, okay? So if you track your bank account and how much money you have in your bank at any given time, over time, what you will find is probably an oscillation between a peak and a trough. So for example, when I was 18 years old actually, and building my first business, at my peak financial state, I would have about £10,000 in my bank account, right? And that's what I would save, and that's what I would get to and save. And at my trough, you know, at my very least, my bank account, I would probably have about, £4,000. And so this is the first thing to understand about the graph, is you have a natural ceiling that you perceive you do not surpass, and you have a floor that you do not surpass. So this is essentially the lowest standard that you're willing to accept. And I can tell you that most of the leverage you're going to get from this video and how I'm going to help you is we're going to talk about your standards, because that's really the main thing. But the point is that it would be very, very difficult, extremely difficult for me to surpass £10,000 in saving. As soon as I got to, close to 10 grand or got to 11 or 12 grand, I would just look for ways to spend my money. And I would, spend that money and I'd start to break it down and, spend it and stupidly spend it. And then I get to the point where I've got like £4,000 in my account, right? And this was like 7 years ago, right? And I would never, ever go below 4,000, like never. It was just a rule of thumb. I would rather not eat for 3 days and spend no money on food than go below 4 grand, right? And so I get to this point where I've got 4 grand and that'll be my panic number, right? So everyone has a panic number, everyone has like a standard that they're not willing to break. And so I would then start regulating it back up to the point where I had 10,000. And if you tracked my average sort of savings, how much money I've got in my bank account at any given time on average over the course of like 180 days, well, you'd obviously find the mean between these, which would be about £7,000. So the thing is here, is in life, it's 7,000 there. Because, if you add 10,000 to 4,000, like if 4,000 is the lowest it goes and 10,000 is the highest it goes, and I regulate between these 2 points, well, the average is, those two together divided by 2 because there's 2 variables, right? So it's about £7,000. And the thing is that in life, it's all about this blue line, right? Achieving what you want or not achieving what you want is seldom about your low point or your high point. It's all about your midpoint. Because the average is the thing that matters, right? Because if I looked at my financial state and I was trying to fix it and diagnose it and I was trying to get to grips with it and to terms with it, then like, I haven't got 10 grand frequently, I haven't got 4 grand frequently, it's just the average of having both of those is you've got 7 grand, right? So this happens financially. This would also happen with other things in my life as well. And I'm sure it does with yours. So, for example, let's take my state of fitness when I was younger, when I was like 18, 19, right? At the peak of my fitness, I'd be going to the gym 5 days a week. I'd be running like 15 kilometers per week. And I'd be like perfect diet. Like I'm talking not a single gram of sugar or seed oil or anything is getting past my lips. Just perfection, right? Perfect discipline towards my diet and my body. And so what would happen, this would be my peak and I might be able to sustain that for a couple of weeks or whatever. But naturally after, a couple of weeks of that, like I'd stop training or like I'd say I'm fatigued or like I'm burned out, whatever. And then like I'm also craving this stuff and I feel like I should eat it, blah, blah, blah. And so then down here, like there would be 0 days a week, right? Maybe I do like 3 to 5 kilometers, per week. And there's no dieting. I'm eating McDonald's, I'm drinking Coca-Cola, there's absolutely no dieting, right? But once again, it's not about like my severe lack of discipline here, and it's not about my extreme presence of discipline here. It all comes back to the average, right? Because if I'm trying to like bulk or grow, it's not about like doing it for a couple of weeks, it's about doing it for a couple of years, right? And so it's about the sustained average of these 2 things. So what I'm going to encourage you to do now is take a second to get a piece of paper and a pen and draw out an oscillation like this. And I guarantee that you will be able to map out lots of things in your life where this is manifesting, right? Where you go up and you go down and you seem to have this pattern, right? So I want you to go and get some paper, get a pen, and I want you to look at the thing or look at the things in your life that you know are happening, and then I want you to map them. And I want you to make it like what I just did there with numbers. I want you to make it specific and predictable, right? Because what starts to happen, the first step to fixing this thing is becoming aware of it. And you might say to yourself, oh, I don't have like a panic number. If you're doing the money thing is the easiest because you can actually see it with bank statements and stuff, right? But you might think like, I don't have a panic number, or you do.
you have a number that you self-regulate down to, and when you hit that number, you panic. I can give you a prime example, right? So my company, Imperium Acquisition, we are near enough at 8 figures, right? In terms of income, so like 800,000, $1 million a month, sometimes 700, but we're near enough at that point now. We're making $10 million a year, and in December, because this is now January 2024, so in December of 2023, I think we did something like 500 grand in cash, right, in revenue, and it's December, so we basically 2 weeks where there's no sales coming in, people are pausing and stuff like that, so it's natural you've only really got like 2 weeks to do it, but it still counts as a month, right? And I remember this because it was only like a couple of weeks ago that we got the financial reports back. We did $500,000, right, give or take, or pounds, maybe like $550, but that made me feel pretty disgusting. And I know that this is going to be extremely difficult to believe. And I know that you're going to think about this as false and a lie. But for me, making $500,000 in 1 month makes me feel physical pain. That genuinely registers in my mind as painful. In the same way that £4,000 going below that would be painful, me going below 600 grand a month in revenue makes me feel I'm beside myself with fear and terror. And I know how ridiculous that sounds, and I know how insane to you that may be, because if you made 500 grand in 1 month, you probably, I don't know what you do, probably feel great, right? But what I'm trying to tell you is that this thing, it doesn't go away. This is a universal behavioral phenomenon, and it does not matter what level of success or financial abundance or anything in your life, doesn't matter what you achieve, there will always be a lowest standard and there will always be a highest peak. So for me at the moment in my business, and I can tell you this because this is exactly what happens, right? Because I'm still living this oscillation, but I've just been able to play the game at a significantly higher level, and I've broken it, and I'm going to teach you how to sort of get out of the cycle, but it's still regulated, so you can still become aware of it. I'll go between like $1 million a month, right, where I'm making $1 million a month, and then we'll have like months where we do like 500 to like 600, right? So my goal right now is figuring out how to get to like 1.5 just consistently and hold that there, and then but the point here is, if you told me, if 5 years ago, 6, 7 years ago, when I was starting out as an entrepreneur, I was happy if I was making like 3 grand a month, and my panic number was like $1 grand a month. That's when I'm freaking out, right? But if you transcend yourself enough, you will genuinely get to a point where $500,000 a month registers as painful. And so one man's goal can be another man's hygiene standard, right? So what this is down here, essentially, is like a hygiene standard. It's a standard, it's something that you do not break or tolerate, or in any way, shape or form, like you just you won't allow it. Like the idea of me going below 500 grand a month, like that's the danger zone. That's tantamount to me eating rotten chicken out of the fridge or not brushing my teeth for 4 days. It's like I have these basic hygiene standards that I don't break because they're disgusting. And I see the 500 grand a month in the same way, right? And in the same way that I see 500k a month, you might see 3 grand a month, or you might see 2,000 in savings. You might see, this might be, minus, this might be minus 1,000. Maybe you're in debt. Maybe you've got an overdraft of £1,000, and anything below like 1,000, anything above 1,000 in your overdraft, then you start to register that as painful, and you start to panic, and you start to save money and grow and like try and build it up, and then you break it back down. So, this number and these things you can map, they become incredibly predictable. And so what I want you to do now is pause the video for a second here, draw a bunch of these out, and track everything. Track your health, track your wealth, track your social life, track how clean you keep your office and your room. I used to have this for how clean my car would be. Like, same thing with like my car and petrol. Like, I'd fill it up and I'd let it get to just the point where there was almost none left, and I'd go and fill it up, right? It happens everywhere. The big ones that you're trying to solve is probably money, but you can also track this with your emotional state, with how confident you are. So you should be doing that right now. So we can now move on. Okay, so essentially this thing, it exists in a few different stages, as I've mentioned. So stage 1 is, to sort of build. Stage 2 is to, like, this is stage 1, and this is really happening over here, right? And then stage 2 happens up here when you hit the peak and you start to break it down. Stage 3 is like, you sort of hit the trough and then you start to build it up. And then essentially what happens is, we have stage 4 where it happens again, right? Time to get deep. All right. Do I want to rub this off yet? Okay, right. So I've got a few notes and a few points. So this video is about to take a sinister turn. I'm going to explain, and it's going to take a while to do this, so you're going to have to bear with me because the answer won't become abundantly clear for maybe an hour, right? I promise it will make sense eventually. I'm going to explain this part to you because the thing is about this cycle is it's not about how high you can go. It's not about everyone in life who's trying to make progress. They focus on the peaks, right? They focus on like how far they can go or how much money they can save or how healthy they can become. But the truth is that the dark truth, and I'm going to explain this all in a second, is the low point. This is the thing that matters. Because think this out of me for a second here, right? If you figure out how to make a ton of money and you figure out how to become a millionaire, but you have a gambling addiction or a spending addiction or whatever, it doesn't matter how much you make, right? In life and business, whether it's money or health or relationships or anything, it doesn't matter what you achieve. It matters what you keep. So when you achieve something, a state or a level of finance, it's the hard work isn't achieving it, it's keeping it, and it's stopping yourself from coming in and destroying the thing that you've built. So maybe you have this with your personal relationships, right? Where you come in, you meet a woman or a man, and you build this relationship, and then like a few months goes by and you just break it all down because you're sabotaging yourself essentially, right? So it's seldom is it ever about how high you can go and how far you can go. It's all about what you do when you're down here, when you're at your worst. Because you can extend this and you can go from maybe right now, maybe right now your limit is 10K, right? $10,000 or £10,000. And you can extend this out to like $1 million, right? But if whatever, you can bring it to like 100 grand or $1 million and save $1 million or 100 grand. But if this part of you is still existing and still wants to just destroy, you're gonna end up with the same result, which is nothing. Or maybe the average increases slightly, but if you don't address what's down here and you just address what's up here, the more this grows in extremity, the more that this thing develops and pushes forward, like the more extreme the high. If you don't address this, the further you have to fall. So it's kind of like if you're climbing a building, the higher you go, the further you are away from the floor. If you want to build your ceiling, you have to bring the floor with you, right? And this is a very profound thing. It won't make sense for a while, but I promise there's a place to go, right? Which I've actually put off making this video for like a couple of months because it requires me to be quite open and emotionally vulnerable with you because I can only explain this through my experience. And we'll get into it. So the point I'm making is like, there's a TV show called The Biggest Loser. It's an American TV show. You may have heard of it. And The Biggest Loser is all about fat people. And I'm going to say fat because they are fat objectively. You can get upset if you want. I don't really care. It's about fat people who lose weight. And the idea of the game show is the person who can lose the most weight in an allotted period of time wins. It's the biggest loser, right? So who can lose the most weight? And what the Biggest Loser do after a year or two of the show is they'll go back and they'll go back to the contestants that won or came second or runners up or something. I haven't watched it in a long time. And what they'll do is they'll reconnect with them. and they'll find out have they, where are they at with their physique and their body and their health. And almost always on The Biggest Loser, they go back a year later and the person's put the weight back on. And so what happens with The Biggest Loser on this TV show is they lose a ton of weight, right? So this might happen with their weight. So maybe like down here at the beginning, maybe like, if we extend this out and we draw it down, right? And this is the peak at the beginning. Maybe, I don't know how much like they would weigh, but let's just say that they're like, 120 kilograms, right? So super overweight if that's not muscle, it's body fat, right? And so maybe like, their lowest trough, their floor, they won't go above 120 kilos, right? And then, maybe they lose like a bunch of weight and they get to the point where they're 90 kilos, right? Which objectively you could argue is still overweight depending on your BMI. But, they lose all this weight. And then time elapses, but if they haven't addressed the psychological conditioning that is leading to them sabotaging themselves and getting to this point, they're not, it's like you're addressing the symptom, not the cause. Behavior is an effect. Behavior is a symptom of psychology. Psychology is the disease. And the behavior, like if you have a cold, let's say you have a disease, right? And let's say that you have, I don't know, like cancer, right? To just bring a sinister one in. And let's say that you have symptoms of cancer, like you're vomiting, for example. If you go to a doctor and they give you sickness medicine, they are solving the symptom. They are not solving the cause. Because if they don't diagnose you and say that, oh, you've got cancer, let's put radiotherapy or these treatments, etc., etc. Like if a doctor just looks at the symptom, not the cause, they're never going to solve the problem. And so this is why you struggle. Because what you try to do to try and solve this thing is you look at your behavior. You try to solve this problem by regulating your behavior. And so it never works because there's a reason as to why this thing happens, my friend, and I can tell you right now, it is not the Pomodoro technique. It's not no fat. It's not intermittent fasting. It's not the gym. It's not like self-improvement. It's not journaling. It's not meditation. These are behaviors. They are symptoms. They are manifestations of something deep, right? And likewise, all the negative behaviors that you perform that bring you down here, like if you're on The Biggest Loser, sure, you can exercise and you can start to eat better and exercise and do cardio, but you're focusing on the wrong thing. You need to strip this out root and stem, understand why have I got to this point in the first place, because it's not about the behaviors. If you fix the psychology of which the behavior is upstream, then you fix the behavior. You fix your behavior by fixing your mind, because the body performs behaviors commanded by the mind, right? So everyone has this so backwards. If you want to achieve a certain state of reality, you have to achieve a certain character, right? A certain person, a certain type of yourself. And you don't do that through behavior, I can tell you that for free. So let's get a bit into this, shall we? All right, so the way that this, I don't want to do it. Let's do it. All right. So let me explain to you, I'm going to explain an emotional cycle that exists in life. And then we're going to get into why this thing exists and how you can break it. Because if you can fix the emotional cycle, you can fix the behavioral cycle. And I'm feeling a lot of resistance to doing it, which is why I've put it off for 38 minutes. But let's actually start talking about this. So when we look at this graph, that goes up and down like this, really there are 4 primary emotions, or there are 4 stages or states to the regulation of your emotional state, to regulate your behavior and ultimately regulate your reality. Because what this thing is it's a reality regulator, right? Where you have a ceiling, something that you will not go above, and you have a floor that you will not go below.
And between these two, between essentially heaven and hell, like your behavior manifests. And so your body and your mind and your unconscious being doesn't want you to go below a certain point, but it doesn't want you to go above a certain point. Why? Because these are the points at which are familiar, at which we are comfortable. And you know the whole like, oh, you don't grow if you're not outside your comfort zone. This is true, but people misunderstand that. This exists because of an evolutionary trait inside of the brain that is engineered towards familiarity, right? Because we know that like if we go, like it doesn't make sense like logically, but if this is 10,000 and this is 4,000, right? The brain knows that we're safe between these two stages because we sit between these two stages and we're not dying, right? So that's kind of how this works. Any of these states, like you're evolutionary, you're regulating it. So I'm getting to the point. So the way that your mind or your spirit or your unconscious being regulates your behavior is through emotion, right? Emotion. So the key is in the word here, motion, because emotion is like not emotion, a motion. What is emotion? Well, essentially it's an action, right? It's movement, it's putting something into play, right? And so E basically means like emotion, you get the point. So what are these emotions that regulate our behavior? So really, you can sort of map this out in, like I said, 4 stages. So I've got this over here, because I wrote this out before the start of the video, and I'm going to denote it with a couple of different pens. So this is how it worked for me. And this might be slightly different for you, but I can only share with you here how I broke this cycle and how I came to go from doing nothing to $1 million a month. And this is genuinely how I did it, right? So this is how it goes. Okay. Okay. Here we go. So the way in which my behavior was being controlled by my emotions, right? And so what would happen if I sort of draw this graph, like if we draw this graph in the middle here, right? You know, we're going up and down, right? So typically the cycle begins for me with anger. And this isn't anger at someone in particular, it's anger at myself. So this is stage 1, which is anger, right? And I'll just put an A. You know, anger exists for me at the very bottom of the trough. This is where I've basically destroyed whatever I've built. I've been lazy, I've been undisciplined, I've been slovenly, maybe I've been gluttonous and sinning, whatever, you know, I'm doing stupid stuff that I shouldn't do. And I get angry at myself. Now this emotion for you might not be anger, it could be shame, it could be guilt. There are lots of low level emotions that like exist that will push you to sort of fix it, right? And so the anger is usually the place that this cycle begins for me. Obviously it's a cycle, so it's chicken and egg, like where the hell does it begin? Probably like when you're 5, right? But it starts with anger, right? And then what happens is I get so angry at myself and I get so much self-hatred that the anger has to go somewhere, right? So in physics, right, there's this idea that energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can merely be converted into another sort of like silo of energy, if that makes sense. Like, so you can't create or destroy energy. It transfers between different states. And it's the same thing with emotion, right? With this cycle. It's like what's getting passed here essentially is energy, right? Or emotional energy at least. And the more energy, the more behavior. And so what happens is the anger over here gets transferred into what I call drive. And drive to you can mean a lot of different things. Drive is determination, discipline, focus, motivation. This is basically positive emotion that fuels the hero's myth. So this is like what you could call the hero's emotion. It's when there's something wrong and you need to go and fix it. And it's meaningful and it feels great. because you go from being really angry at yourself, and then you're like, right, it's time for me to pull myself out of this rut, and like I'm gonna, it's the hero's emotion essentially, right? And so what happens is at the bottom I get angry, and then this anger quickly turns into drive, right? And the drive happens here, like just as I'm about to start, on this upwards trend. By the way, this isn't the deep thing. We're going to get a level into this, into my emotional state in a second, right? It's going to be difficult. So the drive, the drive brings you up. The hero's emotion, whatever you want to call it, the motivation, the discipline, whatever it is. And at the peak here, this becomes pride, right? Because I've mapped this out pretty diligently, right? So I can tell you this becomes pride. So pride is a very simple emotion. It's when you feel good about what you've done, right? It's when you've been disciplined, or you've been doing the right thing, or you've been going to bed on time, you've been working really hard, you've been, you start to feel good about what you've done. It's like a good feeling, like, oh, like I've actually made some progress here, and I've saved this money up, blah, blah, blah. And so you start to feel proud because you've manifested your drive and you've escaped the anger, so to speak, right? But what happens pretty quickly is this pride then becomes comfort, right? And the comfort is the thing that sort of destroys it. And then the comfort, after a while, turns into anger. So the way I'm defining comfort here, right, is like, you're all proud of yourself and you feel good, and then you start to like, you lose the drive that made you have all the positive action. And you start to feel comfortable, and you're like, okay, I can sort of ease off the gas now, and now it's time for me to sort of relax a little bit and slow it down, and I'll start to do this, and I'll go to bed a little bit late, and maybe I'll go and eat the burger, and maybe I'll start doing this, or I'll go for a few drinks. I'm comfortable now, right? And comfort exists for a fair while, right? But the problem with comfort is it's not there's no reason to do the right things. You just feel good. You just feel comfortable. You're just hooked up to an IV on morphine. You're just like, yeah, this is great. I feel fantastic, right? And so what happens is through comfort, slowly anger starts to form. It's important to understand that these are not binary emotional states. You don't just wake up one day into comfort and then suddenly you're into anger, right? We transition between states, right? For example, if energy is being converted or transferred, it's not just 1 minute it's one form and the next minute it's another. Let's say, for example, you turn on a light bulb, right? What will happen is the light energy will be converted into heat energy, right? Over time, as the light sort of gets hot and stuff like that, and it will be converted into heat energy, and then maybe eventually into kinetic energy. But it's not sudden, at least to my basic knowledge of physics. It's not. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm completely incorrect here. But the point I'm making is this is a gradual cycle, and you can see it's gradual by the way that these graphs go. They can be exponential emotions. So as soon as you start feeling angry, it can really quickly come on. But it's a transitionary, state of affairs where we go in this cycle. And so what happens after comfort, you stay comfortable for a while, then you start getting a little bit angry at yourself because, suddenly you've done some stupid stuff and blah, blah, blah. And then you get angry again. And then the anger then sits in that for a while, and you're sort of still doing the stupid stuff, and you're angry about it because you're still angry, so you go out and you drink, and then you're even more angry that you drank, and then eventually each emotional state has what we call a threshold, right? It's sort of a point. If this is a graph and this represents a threshold, I don't know if you can see that up there. The emotion will if this is sort of the intensity, right? The intensity of the emotion, and this over here is time. What will happen is the emotion will start to develop, and then suddenly it will hit a threshold, and then bang, it just flies way up, right? I don't know if you can see that up there. You can. But the point here is it just goes whoosh, and then your behavior starts to line up. So it takes a while for your behavior to catch up with the emotional state that you've just entered. But these are the 4 stages of the cycle. Now, we need to get to the bottom of these stages to really understand like what's actually going on here, right? And there's a couple of things that we're going to get into, and then I'm going to get into the deep dark point that I really don't want to, but will help you a lot, because if someone told me this when I was 18, it would have saved me 5 years of immeasurable suffering, so I'm going to do you a favour. But here's where this gets fascinating. And when I figured this bad boy out, I was like, oh, I get it now. Because I've been meditating on this for like years, right? So, what this comes down to is the first principle of human behaviour, which is pain. Really, at first principle, the reason any human being does anything is to avoid pain, right? Now, you could make the argument that there's other reasons we do things, but the truth is, my friend, if you ask yourself why enough and you Socratically reason your actions through to a length that's probably borderline unhealthy and obsessive, you'll find a deep desire to just avoid pain. And here's the problem. Different emotional states carry different levels of pain. And different levels of pain carry different levels of action. Because in order for us to do something, there has to be a reason. That reason usually has to be pain, right? So, anger. If I am in the state of anger, my pain level is like a 10 out of 10. If I'm at the bottom of and this applies to you as well, I'm assuming. If I'm at the bottom of the rut, and I'm at the trough, the lowest point at which I could be, I am so angry at myself, and I feel so much shame and guilt towards my behaviours that I am in real pain, right? Genuine, real psychological, suffering. I hate where I am right now. I hate that I've done this to myself. I hate this has happened again. I hate everything, right? And so I'm in a 10 out of 10 pain, right? And then when I get to my drive, right, I'm still in pain, but not as much, right? So when I'm into the drive stage, maybe the pain is like a 6.5 out of 10. Because I'm still in pain, but the thing is certain emotional states act as painkillers for the mind, right? And what this means is that if I'm really angry and then I start feeling motivated, the motivation dulls the pain a little bit. It's like a sedative almost. Because the positive emotions, they dumb it down because you're starting to make progress, you're starting to behave to fix it, and that numbs the pain, right? So maybe let's just say we go from a 10 out of 10 to a 7 out of 10. So, when I'm on this sort of, remember what happens here, right? So we've got this, and we've got anger here, and we've got the drive here, and we've got the pride here, and we've got the comfort here, right? And so what starts to happen is I'm in my worst pain, 10 out of 10 here, 7 out of 10 at this point. So I'm still below my average when I'm in my drive period, right? The thing that gets me from here to sort of here, I'm still in pain because I'm still running away from this feeling of anger and shame and guilt and all this suffering, right? So 7 out of 10. And then the thing is when I get near to my peak, I start to feel proud, right? And that's pretty much how it goes. I'm just looking at my whiteboard here. Yeah, essentially, right? So I started to feel proud. I started to feel pretty good about it, right? And when I'm proud, I'd say my pain level is maybe like a 2.5 out of 10. If you're proud about what you've done, it's kind of difficult to feel pain and pride at the same time. If you've just finished a marathon, your body might be feeling physical pain, but psychologically, you're feeling pretty good, right? You're proud of yourself. You're not, you did it, right? So I'm not in pain there. And then what happens is when I get around to comfort, which is the thing that comes after pride, this is a 0. There is not a single piece of pain going on in my life. Because what I can start to do is I can justify the down. If I'm proud and I start to become comfortable, I can now start to eat the bad food and spend the money and do the stupid stuff because I feel that I've deserved it, right? I'm not in any pain at this point, and I'm not in any pain because the behaviors that I'm performing feel justified. They feel like I've earned them. I've earned the right to do the bad thing, if that makes sense. And so this is how, this is the thing. And so what we can observe is that with the graph is the level of action that you take to improve your life or break the cycle or to start to make progress depends on how much pain you're registering at any given time. And that's essentially how it works. And so what I can tell you, and this is the unfortunate secret, because I actually need to make another note here. I'm just going to make a note over here. And yeah. So what I can tell you is that like the secret to constant progress is pain, right? And what you want to try and do here is learn to register your current ceiling as painful. I'm going to explain how to do this, right? There's three things that I need to walk you through now, right? The first one is, what have I got there? Well, no, there's two things I need to walk you through. The first thing is a theoretical model that I've developed on how to like break the cycle. And the second thing is the thing that I'm getting to, that you need to understand all this to get to why I'm going to explain it. And that's the bit that I don't really want to get into because it requires me to be emotionally vulnerable to like 30,000 people. But we'll get there. I'm working to it, I promise, but you need to have context to this thing before, right? So we've got this graph, right? And, you know, we go from up here to down here, and we have an average in the middle, right? And by now, I'm hoping I hope you understand. I've taken an hour here to explain this, and I hope you understand it. You understand that you have a highest point at which you can't seem to break past, and the lowest point at which you won't go below because we never break our standards, right? We have an average, which is the summation of these two things over a long period of time with enough frequency. And we have four emotional states that regulate our behavior and explain why we do what we do, but it's not the only reason. But the way that you break this thing and the way you make progress is you have to basically change your perception of the ceiling, right? Now, we're going to attack this from two pieces. Earlier on, I said it's all about down here. This is where most of your leverage will come from, okay? Because we'll get into it. It's got a lot to do with trauma. I know I'm dropping the word in now, I'm hinting at you. And we'll get into that. But the first thing we can do is we can focus on the ceiling, and I can theorize this out and explain this out to you. So what you want to do, and I in my program, Imperial Master's program, we have some mindset training that explains this. And I explain this in there in some more detail, but what we want to do is something that I call flipping the floor, right? So we have the floor here, which is a state at which we will never ever go below. It's a hygiene standard, we just ain't going below it, right? And we have the ceiling here that we seem to struggle to, break through. We bang our head every time we try and we regulate back down. What you want to do, and I'm going to explain this in a simple format, is you want to register the emotional state that you would usually register at this point here. This is the secret, theoretically, and I've been able to do this is how you break this cycle, right? Is all of the emotions that you feel here, all of that negative energy and all that pain that comes when you hit your lowest point, you need to channel and continue to feel when you hit your ceiling. Because what we can know now is that this is all about pain. And what we're trying to do here is we are trying to enter an endless loop of this stage here. This stage here where we're in the up. This is what we're trying to cultivate as much as humanly possible, right? Is we're just trying to stay on this upward trend. And we will always be on this upward trend for as long as we feel true, genuine pain. The second that pain is numbed, and the second that pain is gone, is the second that you will stop working and you will stop making progress towards your goals. And so what we want to try to do is when you regulate up and you achieve your goal and you get to your ceiling, is you want to start perceiving that ceiling and you want to start believing that the peak that you usually achieve is actually disgusting.
It's the worst possible thing that could ever happen to you. Let's say right now you want to make $10,000 a month. You, my friend, need to reframe your relationship with that goal. You need to look at 10 grand a month and imagine that makes you, it's disgusting. To just break 10 grand a month is just like horrible. And that's so hard to do because you've pedestaled it, right? You see it as the be-all, end-all achievement, and that will solve all your problems in your life. But I can tell you right now that if you achieve 10 grand a month and you celebrate 10 grand a month, and 10 grand a month makes you feel happy and proud and good, then you'll never ever, like, that becomes your ceiling. What you celebrate and what you register as emotionally nice, and whatever up here numbs the pain, is what will become your standard. That's what will become your limit. The true root of limit is celebration. Okay? If you're playing this game to feel good, stop. Okay? If you're getting into business because you want your life to be happy and you want to be content and comfortable, do not go into business. Because once you enter this realm, I can tell you right now that it is a trap. It is a psychological trap that only a select few people have the heart to play consistently. It's not about feeling good. It's not about going and sitting on the beach. Maybe that's what you think right now. Maybe you think you want to make 10 grand a month so that you can have financial freedom. You're going to get here, man, and you're going to enter this pain. And if you're playing this game to feel good, just stop. It's not about feeling good. It's not about happiness. It's not about being content or comfortable. It's all about constantly breaking yourself through this cycle over and over and over again. And maybe you don't believe me, but I guarantee you in a year or two of entrepreneurial progress, you'll realize exactly the same thing. You'll get to 10 grand a month, if it means a lot to you, and you'll get to 10 grand a month, and you will feel the exact same way now. You know, all that pain, all that suffering, all that doubt, all that, you'll feel it when you make 10 grand a month. Because, what will happen is, what is your floor right now? Like, you'll break it and you'll get 10K a month or whatever, but then the 10K a month will become the new floor, and you will start to register negative emotion at 10 grand a month, and it won't feel good anymore. It's a trap. You're not going to escape it. It's great. I love it. I love playing this game. It's like I said earlier, 500 grand a month makes me feel sick to my stomach. And I know I know you won't believe it, and I know that you won't, I know that that's not feasible, and I know that just sounds ridiculous, but I genuinely feel true psychological horror and pain at 500 grand a month. If I made $10,000 in 1 month, I don't know what I would do. That would make me, like, this is the thing about standards, is you can't even, it's the same thing as if I said to you, like, imagine if you, like, went down the street and you saw an old granny and you just beat her up, you just beat this old woman up for no reason. Like, you trying to comprehend yourself doing that, you can't even imagine it. It's so unfathomable, and it's so, like, out of your remit and conscious understanding of the way the world works, you can't even comprehend it. Like, if I made $10,000 in 1 month, I reckon that would make me ill. I reckon I genuinely would be terrified. Like, pure, unfiltered horror. And so you need to start to learn how to do this at this. You want to be in constant pain. This is a cynical way to explain the entrepreneurial journey. But do you think for a minute that any of the super successful entrepreneurs that you look up to are always happy and feel great about themselves? No. Like, don't get me wrong. I am in a place in my life right now where I am content and proud and happy, right? And you can have, like, a good life, and you can have good things in your life, because business it's not all about business, right? But my point here is, it's not like, I don't want you to think that if you start a business, you're going to be depressed forever. That's not how it works. But my point here is, like, there always needs to be an element of pain if you want to make progress. Pain is petrol, right? And without petrol, the car's not going to go anywhere. So most people in their businesses, they're building businesses to try and escape pain. I want pain. And I don't think you quite understand. I derive pleasure from being in pain now. And I don't mean that in some weird sexual masochistic sense. What I mean by that is, like, I am comfortable when I'm uncomfortable. And I feel happy when I'm in pain, So when I'm making progress in my business and I'm in the pocket and I'm suffering and I'm having to do this work, and I love it. Like it brings me true joy and meaning. So I'm talking about this as if it's a bad thing, but for me, I love it because it's what I'm familiar with now. You know, it's kind of like if I'm running and I'm doing like a 15, 20K and you know, I'm running and it's horrible and I'm not enjoying it, but I love that feeling. Like I get genuine joy from it, you know. And you might doubt yourself as to whether or not you can do the same, but I promise if you do it for long enough, like what becomes familiar becomes like, you know, what becomes what we're happy with, right? If you don't believe me, someone explained Stockholm Syndrome to me, right? Where someone can get kidnapped, be in an awful lot of suffering, and then they fall in love with their kidnapper. It's kind of like, that's kind of how it works. This is like the kidnapper, right? You'll fall in love with it, you'll love it. So further to this point, where you are, you're basically, the easiest way to explain this is you have a dream and you have a standard, right? You have something that you want and you have this peak, this ideal heaven-like state, and you have this terrible hell-like state that you'll never break and go below, right? The easiest way for you to achieve your goals or to achieve your dreams is make them the lowest standards that you are willing to accept. We do not become the highest version of ourselves of which we can imagine, we become the lowest version of ourselves that we can accept. That's a Sam Evans quote for you. We do not become the highest version of ourselves that we can imagine, we become the lowest version of ourselves we can accept. It's all about the standard, right? Now, I've got one more thing to explain, we're going to get into the deep thing. But it's all about like taking the goal and making it the standard that you so wish you didn't have. Like, I know it sounds weird, man, but you need to start looking at 10 grand a month and being like, God, if I made anything less than 10 grand in 1 month, I'd be on the edge of a bridge, right? Rhetorically, I'm not telling you to kill yourself because you're not making 10 grand a month. Obviously, I'm not going to do that. It's a point, right? I'm not using suicide to make a point. I'm just explaining you need to start looking at your goal as an outcome that makes you feel very uncomfortable and very unhappy. Because if you register your goal as emotionally painful, when you achieve it, you will want to escape it. And that will force you and push you even further away from the goal towards something better. So, for example, like, for me right now, I'm in a state where if I'm not clocking $1 million in 1 month consistently, I register that as true emotional genuine pain. And I've hit that number a couple of times, but I'm not at the point where it's consistent. I'm like a couple of $100 grand off here and there sometimes, right? And so I'm right now in psychological pain because I'm not at the point at which I want to be, right? And even then, when I get to $1 million a month, it's still going to make me feel uncomfortable because I've been able to associate my dream and my goal with pain. And it's such a hard thing to do. And it's such a weird thing for me to tell you to do because it doesn't seem to make sense. You're like, well, 10 grand a month would fix my life and change my entire life. And you're telling me that I should be unhappy with that? Yes. Because if you're going through this cycle where you suddenly you make 4 grand a month, and then you come down here and make 1 grand a month, then you regulate back up to 3, and then back down to 500, then back to 4, then back to 1. If you're going through this cycle, it's simply because you're not in enough pain. And so you need to create pain by looking at your goal and telling yourself that that is not a good outcome. You might then ask, well, that's paradoxical because then why am I going to try and move towards something that I feel pain towards? That's not the point. The point is that you need to tell yourself that if you're not at your goal, you feel sick. And it's like your goal is, like, instead of your goal being up here, it needs to be here. Because this will really push you forward, right? So I hope that makes sense. You might have to sort of watch this, a fair few times here. But essentially this is like flipping the floor, right? You have the diagram, the ups and the downs, you have the low, you have the high. And the way that you make progress is not by trying to increase your high, but by trying to increase your low. Because remember we have this dotted average across the middle, it's all about increasing the average. How do we increase the average? Well, we know that just increasing the high in the long term won't increase the average. Because if we increase the high without addressing the low, the further we extend the high, right? So if you imagine for a second here, the further we extend the high, up all the way up here, 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 like blah, blah, blah. The further this goes, right? The further we have to fall back down to the original low. So you can't just set higher goals and expect yourself to achieve them. You have to set higher standards and not accept anything below that, right? So if you want to raise your average, if you want to make progress in life and business, it's all about what you're willing to accept, not what you're willing to try and achieve. And so if you're trying to look at your goal right now
and you need to start perceiving that as a hygiene standard. Not achieving that and not having that is makes you feel sick and uncomfortable. Instead of making you feel good having achieved it, it makes you feel bad having achieved it. It's like it's the lowest point. It makes you feel angry. So if you're making, like, I'm going to stop this point in a second because I know I keep repeating myself, but it needs to make sense to you before I get into the deep stuff. If you want to make 10k a month, stop imagining that 10k a month is going to make you feel happy, and start to imagine that anything below that, even just making 10 grand a month, is like that's the lowest you'll accept. And you need to meditate on this for a while. Right. So now I'm going to explain. Do you remember earlier how I talked about cancer and I talked about symptoms and we talked about cause and effect, and how, like, if you had cancer and you went to a doctor and the cancer was making you vomit, and you went to the doctor and the doctor just prescribed you anti-sickness medicine and you stop throwing up, but you know the cancer is going to continue to grow because they haven't addressed the cause. What I've spent doing in the last hour and 10 minutes is I've been addressing the symptoms, right? And I've been telling you how to fix these symptoms, right? Although with the exception of the last 10 minutes, but we've gone into the sort of symptoms of understanding. Now I'm going to address the cause. And this is something that I have never talked about on YouTube. It's something that I've only really discussed with very close friends and family. It's going to take me, you're going to have to bear with me here, because to unwrap this, there's a lot of personal emotion and suffering tied to this for me. And I am near enough certain that you will resonate with it, and that it will in some way, shape or form help you understand yourself better and help you understand this cycle. Forgive me if my emotions get the better of me and I start to, like right now, it's going to be, yeah, we're just going to get into it. And the reason I'm going to get into it is because I just wish that someone had told me this or had the balls to be honest with me when I was starting out, because it makes so much sense. And right, I'm going to get into it, and whatever happens, happens. Okay, so as we said, there are two types of person. So, okay. This circle represents you, right? This is your identity. Inside of this circle, you have two versions of yourself. This is simplified Jungian psychology. The reality is you might actually have 20, 30 different parts of yourself operating, right? But to keep this simple and straightforward, there's two versions of you, right? So let's actually address these. So you have part one and you have part two. Okay, right then. So part one is the version of you that builds stuff up. Part two is the version that breaks stuff down. We don't need to worry too much about part one, because part one exists and part one gives us progress and this, that, and the other. The part that we need to address and fix is the part of ourselves that decides that we want to break ourselves down, and it's the part of ourselves that undoes the progress. Why does this part exist? Why does our behavior manifest in a negative way? I'm going to explain it. It's going to take me a while, because it's a very dark and difficult psychological concept to unpack. Like I said, it's wrapped in a lot of emotion, so this is how this goes. So how do I break into this? How do I break into this? Okay, let's do it. So we have negative behavior. And a lot of people would call this negative behavior self-sabotage. Right? And the truth is that you're not really sabotaging yourself. That doesn't make any sense, because you're like, this, I don't get that. But the truth is that the reason that you have this self-sabotage is because there's a part of you that wants to destroy yourself, right? There's a part of you that doesn't want you to make progress, doesn't want you to grow, and this all comes back to trauma, right? This is how I learned this, and this is the thing that did it for me, right? So I'm going to explain to you how I explain to myself. This is what has worked for me. I'm not necessarily pinning this on you or saying this is you. I'm just going to tell you my thing, and that might resonate with you, and that might help you understand. Like, I actually have got, like, for the first time in this YouTube channel, I have got a psychological block to explaining this to you. Like, I'm struggling to, I'm usually pretty capable of, as you might have noticed, of articulating my thoughts and getting into topics and just drilling to the point and getting, but there's literally part of my mind that doesn't want to do this, so it's blocking it off, but I'm going to get into it. Right. So, when I was 12 years old, this is trauma, by the way. When I was 12 years old, I was bullied. Pretty hardcore bullying. When I was, 11, 12, first couple of years of secondary school, 11, 12, 13, for about 2 years, I was pretty viciously bullied. And I didn't really have any friends. I didn't really have much support, and I didn't really have anyone to help me, with the exception of my parents, but obviously it's in school, right? And every lunchtime, I would take my lunchbox and I would sit in a toilet stool, or I would go to the staff room where the teachers worked, and I would sit outside there, because those are the two places where I felt safest, because no one could come and pick on me, right? And, you know, there were a group of guys in the school who persistently picked on me physically, emotionally. Sometimes they pretend to be my friend, and it was a horrible couple of years. And I had a bad time. I don't know if you can hear the doorbell, but I'm not going to answer it. Someone else can get it. And this is essentially trauma, right? And what this did to me is, for between the ages of 14 to really 18, 4 or 5 years of my life, I went in on myself. I didn't really have many friends. I never really had a girlfriend. I played video games all day. I ate junk food, and I didn't really exhibit any sort of healthy behaviors or progress, or like, it was pretty unhappy time. And when I got to 18 years old, I essentially wanted to start a good business, right? And this was like a psychological phenomenon, right? You have to understand that if you want to create a company, you're weird. And I don't mean this in like a negative way, but you have to think about this. The psychological conditions that are underpinning your drive for unique, weird, abnormal progress are, you're different, right? If you've just spent an hour and 60 minutes watching a video on how to regulate your behavior through emotion on a graph with some weird dude with a dodgy beard, like, this is weird, right? You're not acting in a normal way. You're not acting like 99% of people on the planet, right? And, you know, so I was 18 years old, and I began to start this business. And what would happen after, you know, a few months of progress in the business is I would come in, and as I said, I would just break it down and destroy it. And I essentially would start making progress, and after a while I would just taper off and like break it down. This all came back to what happened to me when I was younger. There is a Freudian quote that says that the adult is developed to protect the child. Most people mistake this, thinking that it means that, like, when you're an adult, you're developed to protect children, you know, like your kids or whatever. But that's not true. You grow up to become someone to protect who you were as a child. And what I was doing with my business was protecting myself. Because, is that doorbell still ringing? It doesn't matter. So I was protecting myself with my business, right? Where, like, I was so afraid of being bullied, and I was so afraid of having someone exert or exercise tyrannical control or power over my body or my mind, that I didn't want to have a boss, right? I didn't want to have someone tell me what to do. And so I used the business, like, you know, unconsciously, like, a part of me knew that if I had a company and a business and I worked for myself, that I wouldn't be under someone's thumb and no one would ever be able to bully me again. And so this is why I started my business. Now, I would invite you to explore your past to understand what's happened. Because
if you want a company and if you want to do something that's different to everybody else, it's likely that something happened to you that hasn't happened to everybody else, right? There's always a cause and effect to this. And you might not have been bullied, you might not have been through some trauma, but if you want to pursue an abnormal life, you've got to have an abnormal state of psychology, right? And there's always something that starts with the conception of this. So what you have to understand is that maybe you've been through some bad stuff in your life. Maybe you've had an abusive parent or a terrible relationship. Maybe you were bullied. Maybe your parents broke up when you were a kid. Maybe someone died. Like, you've probably, the chances are, if you're a young adult or you've grown into like a young man, you've probably been through some bad stuff, right? Something has happened to you. And what happens when you're young? And this is the other thing as well, by the way, like most people don't even remember their trauma. Like some of the stuff that happened to them when they were like 5, 6, 7, even younger than that, you just haven't got the memory to comprehend it, right? But what happens when you go through trauma is your mind and your body, the thing that you're dealing with is so painful that your mind and your body essentially just go in on themselves, and we don't deal with the thing. We don't process it. We don't deal with it. We just bury it deep into our psyche. And what starts to happen is if you've been traumatized or something bad has happened to you, and this can just be as much as like, you know, you could be 5 years old and you could drive past a car crash and see like a dead body. And you might not even remember that, right? So don't think that it's something as obvious as being bullied. And I'm not trying to gaslight you into you thinking you've got something wrong with you. That's not what I'm trying to do here. But when we go through trauma, we bury it and we push it down. And so what happens here, and I'm gonna explain, I'm doing well so far with this. It's not pleasant, but imagine that your brain is kind of like a box, right? And if, like, you know, this is me here at 12 years old, right? I'm 12 at this point, right? And I am, you know, being bullied. These arrows, they represent trauma and they represent bad things happening to me and a pretty bad, you know, state of affairs, right? When I'm at the age of 12, what I started to do to deal with this trauma is I started to become apathetic, and I started to just go in on myself, and like I just stopped feeling things at this point. You know, I stopped getting angry, I stopped getting sad. Like after a while, whenever I used to think about it when I was like gaming when I was like 14, 15, I just wouldn't feel anything towards this, right? And so what happens when you have trauma is this box here represents your psyche, right? And so what happens is your brain takes the trauma, and you know, this is the trauma here, right? It takes the thing that's happened to you and it basically just buries it, right? It buries it in a deep, dark corner of your mind because it simply doesn't want to deal with it. And the thing is it buries the trauma, but it also buries the person that you were when you were experiencing the trauma. So what starts to happen in your mind, in your brain, is like this part of you still exists because you didn't deal with it, you didn't process it. So unconsciously, you're still living the trauma. And what starts to happen is you develop this sort of part of your psyche, and this part of your psyche is going to try to communicate with you. I know that this is so weird, and this is like I'm not doing a good enough job of properly explaining this, but I'm going to keep going until you get the point. Think of it like this. Imagine that you are up to your waist in a swimming pool, right? And imagine that there's someone here, and this person, they throw a beach ball at you, right? They throw a beach ball at you. You're up to your waist in a swimming pool, right? What happens is they throw the beach ball at you, and you know the beach ball is ugly, and you don't want to deal with it. It's like it's not a nice beach ball. You just don't want to look at it. It's annoying. It makes you feel horrible. So what you do is you take one of your arms and you catch the beach ball, and you just push the beach ball, you know, under the water, right? And this is trauma, right? I'm going to explain. And then what happens is, you know, 5 years goes by, you know, another 5 years goes by, and then, you know, someone else, like this point, maybe you're like, you know, 15 years old, the first beach ball you buried when you were 10, and now you're 15. And another person comes along and like they throw another beach ball at you. You know, and once again, you don't want to deal with it. It's not a nice beach ball. It's really horrible to deal with. Like, I don't want to deal with this. Like, you know, I don't like it, right? And this represents a traumatic event, right? So what you do is you catch the beach ball with one hand, and you use your other hand, and then maybe you cram the beach ball like between your legs, and then you still got like one hand, you know, above the pool, but you're sat on one beach ball, you've got one hand on another, and you're kneeling together to try and keep this other one down. And then, you know, there may be another, like, you know, this is when you're 15, for example, right? And then maybe like another few years elapses, and now you're 20, right? And then, you know, 5 more years go by. It doesn't have to be 5 years, it could be 3 days, right? You get the point. Someone comes along and they throw another beach ball at you, right? And then you catch it again and you push it down. And then what happens is now you've basically got these 3 beach balls buried. And if someone comes along now and they throw another beach ball at you, well, now you can't catch it. So now if someone throws a beach ball and you go to catch it, suddenly all the trauma comes up. And this is how a midlife crisis happens. So you know when people get to like 40, 50 years old and something bad happens to them and they just break? Like even someone who can be so calm and they seem to have their stuff together, and then suddenly they just, I don't know, where they just snap and break. This is what happens if you push stuff down and you bury things like this. Eventually they're going to start bubbling up, and they're kind of like little volcanoes in your mind. Suddenly you're going to start to behave in a way that you can't really explain, because you're feeling emotions that you don't even know why you're feeling them, but it's all coming from this place of trauma, right? So, you know, another example here could be like, let's say that you grew up, and let's say that you grew up with your mother, right? And you know, you didn't know your father, but that wasn't traumatic because you hadn't registered it, right? But let's say that your mother was always super strict with money. And she always was so like, never wanted to spend money, super tight, never wants to spend any money, doesn't want to go anywhere, doesn't want to do anything. And over the course of a few years of living with your mother, you start to develop this like complex because you want money and you want to sort of deal with it. So when you go on to start your business, it might be because you've got this deep part of yourself that you buried that has always seen this scarcity and this like lack of money. And so like, that's why you start your business. It doesn't have to be some big traumatic event, some big painful thing, but there's almost always a psychological reason as to why your behavior is manifesting, right? So I'm hoping that this is starting to make sense. I'm aware that it's weird and it's out there, and I still feel like I'm not hitting the nail on the head here. But what basically happened is when I was 12, right, I had all this bad stuff. This 12-year-old me. And when I was being bullied, I didn't want to deal with this or process it. I didn't really talk to anyone. I didn't talk to a therapist. I very rarely told my parents about it. I just dealt with this on my own. And usually I just buried myself away in video games and junk food so that I didn't have to think about this or deal with it, right? And so what happened is I pushed this thing down into my head, into my mind. And here's the thing. When you go through something and you don't process it and you don't seek to understand it and you forget about it, but it's still in your mind, this thing exists in your unconscious. And Jung came up with a quote that defines this perfectly. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will rule your life and you will call it fate. So until you make the unconscious conscious, it will rule your life and you will call it fate. And so what started to happen, remember what we talked about earlier with self-sabotage and this diagram, sort of the slope off into the trough, you know? Like the reason that I would self-sabotage was because in my unconscious, I was still convinced that I was being bullied. Now this is going to get weird and deep. I've done hours of shadow work, therapy, thought into this, but I truly get it now and I can explain it. So I buried this 12-year-old kid into my psyche, and I never chose to deal with his experiences, right? I never made the decision to process and understand up until a couple of years ago. And so what this kid basically thought, this version of me, it was living this cycle. So unconsciously, it was still believing that it was being bullied because like it's in the unconscious. And so what would happen, and this is where the point's about to make sense, I hope, is I would build myself up to a certain point, right? And I would make progress. I don't know if you can see that, I don't think you can. I would build myself up to a certain point, and I would make progress, and I would start to, develop.
But then some part of me would come in and obviously destroy it and bring it down to a trough. And the person that was responsible for doing this was my traumatized self. Because it is impossible for you to behave out of alignment with what a part of you believes it wants or believes it should have. And so if I'm making this progress, say, in my business, right, and I get to a point where I'm nearly like independent and now I'm my own boss, well, if there's a part of me unconsciously convinced that it's still being bullied, to behave out of alignment with that belief doesn't make any sense. So I would like build myself up, and then this part of me would come in and destroy it down, because it's like, well, hang on a minute, we're still being bullied. Like, you're just a victim. You're not worthwhile. You haven't got any friends. You're lonely. You're miserable. You're sad. You're vulnerable. You're weak. Like, if I'm behaving in a way that is out of alignment with the beliefs of this kid, it's impossible. So I build myself up and I'd start to believe that I'm strong and independent and like now I've got friends and stuff. But over time, this thing would just come in and be like, that's not how I see the world. So in your mind, in your psyche, you have your psyche sort of can be broken up into